Testing. 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 All right, cool. So remember, everything that you hear, everything that you can hear right now is the coughs, everything like this. That is what is now being recorded. That's what's being recorded always, okay? So remember, with the microphone, okay, standard. Standard is always have, do like this with your hand, okay? And now make sure that from where you're, don't go like this, go like this, right? Your mouth should never be any further away than that, okay? Never. So no, none of this, none of this, none of this. It's either this at the most or it's this. Okay? It's either really, really close up to you like this or at maximum this far away. Okay? All right. So, having said that, we have some work today. To anyone that's watching the live stream, cheers, welcome. Today we're gonna definitely be doing quite a bit of work. Okay, so every single time that we come here to do the live stream, we're always going to be now having a working procedure, and I'm going to print that out today. So by the end of today, that's one of the things that we're going to ship. That's one of the artifacts that we're going to ship. Every single live stream, there has to be something that ships, because otherwise it's just us talking, and that's pointless. You know, it's just us talking about, okay, well, what are we going to do with it? No. We have to take action, and that's it. So today we've got to print out the working procedure. Today we're also going to make a database, and we're also going to make an AI agent in Notion. So for anyone that wants to see this, we're going to make agents that are going to actually be producing avatar profiles for us, and we're going to show that process, and then we're going to get back into the character dimensions for the life purpose of. So like we have Papa de Soraya, we have Mama de Soraya. Let's actually screen share this so that we can see the character playlist. Let's see right here. What do we got? Let's go to the database and let's look at it's a system for the life purpose of. And also what we're going to do is we're going to deprecate the life purpose of as a system. And what we're going to do instead is we're going to merge everything into like a single source of truth. So last time we left off with these character cards where we made a whole bunch of characters. Okay. And, you know, we had the Golden Dragon Order, we had the group images, we had the characters that we would integrate and incorporate into the show. And one of them is the peanut gallery, right? So we had mentioned the backstory, we had mentioned the catchphrases, the core values, their origin dream, their origin story, and how it was like ordinary people that they allowed the illusions of the outer world to get to them. And so they shrunk in consciousness. And because they shrunk in consciousness so much, they actually turned into a peanut, right? That's like I don't know what the
metaphor.
The metaphor. Exactly. That's the metaphor that we're looking for and we're going for here. Let me see what we're doing here. Okay, hold on a second. Yeah, your thing is not actually here. Hold on. Let's pull you up because we got to see you too. There we go. Perfect. So we have the peanut gallery. We know the dragon's order. We know that the irony of the dragon's order is that they know that they're here to bring in the new earth and they're here to serve the planet, right? So they're like guardians of the earth, and they were created at the same time that the peanut gallery was created. And then we've got, certain characters that we're going to now be integrating into the show. So every single live stream that we do, if we have, whoever's watching, if we have their participation, they can help us create the story. They can help us create the story. And I think what we do to reward participation is we mint an NFT and we send it to them for those that actually participated and left comments of like, hey, where do the characters go? What happens now in the story? So it becomes a much more co-creative experience. And now the person that's watching, or the audience, they now have that NFT for participating in this, and then they can sell that in the future, if we're successful at building this as a brand. Now, the thing about this though is, before we get into the actual work, you had mentioned, Hemma, that you had maybe some, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you had mentioned having some, like back and forth about like what to do, like what direction you want to go in. Have you thought about like what direction you'd like to move in for this moving forward? Let me actually just have a new fade here. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. That's fun. Yeah, that's good. Shout out to everyone that's watching. I hope you all have a good day. And if you want to participate, leave comments. Actually, Hemma, it could be, let me actually do this right here. I'm going to actually go on the life purpose of, and if there are people that actually do leave comments, I can read it from the phone. So we're going to just do that right now. The life purpose of, because I don't know I don't know why it wasn't working with the whole stream elements. I don't know why I wasn't working with the stream elements before, but here we go. We are here. All right. So if anyone pops in, then there we go. There we go. All right. So having said that, have you given more thought as to what you want to do and what direction you want to go in?
I think we already agreed on the very first live stream on my birthday which direction we're going to go in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So just remember too that it's two different things, right? Because if you're saying you're going to have a community, and then you're selling like NFTs, there could be like a little mismatch here. So just keep that in mind. Maybe that's another idea too, is NFT is like the intro. And then if people want to really become a part of the world and part of the community, or you're like really more entrenched, now they can join the community or something like this, That's just an idea. But either which way, okay, we're going to start with that. We're going to go in that direction. And let's just start with making sure that we have the appropriate workflow for today. So what we're going to do is every single live stream, okay, we're going to have a workflow where we review the homework from last week, and then we spend the first 30 minutes deciding what must be done, what must be true by the end of today's live stream. Okay, so it's sort of like having my let's see if we can pull this up here. It's sort of like having the deep work stuff. So I've got this system that I built out. It's called the Deep Work Operating System. I might change that to execution or something like this later on. But either which way, it's this operating system where I know what I need to do for the day ahead of time. I know what every single thing that I do has to lead up to something bigger. And I know what kind of system I need to build in order to be able to successfully have the things that I need fulfilled so that I can easily, ship whatever I need to ship for the session, for the day. So let's pull this here. And yep. Great. So there are certain things that we're going to have to define every single session here. And let's see, where would we put this though? Where should we put this? Any ideas? Let me see here. No. Interesting. Oh, hold on a second. Let's fix this up for you. There we go. Okay, so if this is the system, let's think here. Right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a brand hub. And the brand hub is going to have like the show notes and all that stuff. Okay, yeah, let's just create a new one. Right. Yeah, let's just create a new one here. We're going to create a new database with Notion AI, and we're going to have a workflow here for every meeting, basically, kind of like how we do with the family sync, but we're going to do it like this. I need you to create a very lightweight database that basically is for meetings for any brand. And the relation should be to which is a two-way relation and starts off with the property schema should be very lightweight and minimal. And we should be able to store every single record of whenever we've met for a specific brand, and we've talked about like what are we doing and like the assignments and things like this, period. And it shouldn't be too many properties, period. Very lightweight and very simple and easy to execute from. That's one thing I like about this. The quality is like really good. Yep. Yep. Approved. Generate a database description for this database. Okay, and now we move it to new database link. Okay, and let's so we stay organized here. Great. So we got this. Let's copy that link. Okay, and now let's go here to resources, put in the formula. Cool. Cool. Okay. All right. So please refactor the formula property so that it includes the relation of the brand property, period. The final output should be something like I literally want to see the relation show up at the very end. Okay, let's see if it does it. It should be able to do it. I don't know. And the most time consuming thing is just setting up the shell, the system. But when you do, it'll be done, and then we can move on. Okay, so Hemma, she had to do. Okay, I think they did it. Yes. Wonderful. Okay, let's put up a naming convention here. And when any property is edited, we're going to edit the property in the title. We're going to set it to the trigger pages, naming convention. Done and done. Enable it. Good. Okay. Okay. Okay, great. So that's done. Let's wrap this and let's freeze this. Okay, so All right, great. Yep. All right. So last week, here was the work. We needed you to start an Instagram account, a TikTok account, learn Opus, post shorts to Instagram, TikTok, YouTube Shorts. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, great. And now after this, what we got here is we're going to create a workflow. Okay, so now let's go to working procedure. And this is going to be a very specific daily rhythm. Okay, so we're going to open up. We're going to open up by the bridge, by daily rhythm. Okay, this was the okay. So we need to duplicate this. And we're going to take this off here for Sunday from me. And we're going to put this over here for Sunday. Actually, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We're going to just add this. We're going to keep this, but we're going to create a new one. And we're going to, yeah, okay, that's what we're going to do. Where are we here? Yeah, no, that's it. Okay. Okay, the next thing we need to do right now is we're going to create a workflow. And this is going to be a workflow for specifically for Sundays when we do the live stream for and what I have so far is that we have a homework review session, which should be basically like 5 minutes, comma. Then we have a time block for the next 30 minutes to decide what must be done for the live stream. Then we have time for storyboarding / scripting, comma. Then we have time for recording, comma. Then we have time for production, comma. Then we have time to either mint an NFT or some sort of a shippable artifact that we can then transform into a passive income stream, period. The live streams begin at 8 a.m. on Sundays and they go to 12 p.m. So we want to use these 4 hours to not only ideate like what the show is going to do and what the show is going to be about, but also we want to capture and create a long form piece of content, maybe some shorts. And then we also want to create a shippable artifact like an NFT or something like this that we can either give away or sell depending on whatever it is that we decide to go into, whatever the direction my partner is that she wants to go into, period. So what I need you to do is I need you to just create a number list format of all these points and give a time estimate on when they should occur, period. So that way everything fits into the 4-hour time frame, period. Okay, great. So now Notion is outputting the workflow for us. And there you go. Here we go. Simple, super simple, super, super simple. So let's put this in here. We're going to put this into a call out block, and we're going to title this is it H3. And we're going to say that this is going to be workflow Sunday. No, this is going to be G.1 Sunday live stream workflow. Okay. We're going to paste that in here. And this is going to be basically our starting cadence. Okay, great. Okay, great. And now what I want you to do for me is I want you to fill in the other sections, like from section 1 all the way to section 6, period. Do not overwrite section G, period. Print everything here and wait for my approval. Okay, I'll be right back. I got to use the toilet. Okay, so now we're going to need a little review. Hold on a second. Reprint everything word for word. Okay, I need your responses outside of the quote block. And I need only the filled in information, period. You're only going to return to me the filled in information, not the stuff from the quoted block. And you're going to give me the section. So I want the header, and then I want the filled in response, and not in a quoted block format, period. Print that here and wait for my approval. Okay, let's look at this live stream overview. We have here G.1. So this is the Sunday live stream workflow. From 8 o'clock to 8:05, we have homework review, which is a review of last week's commitment and what shipped. Okay. And now what I need you to do is I need you to focus and tell me if you agree. Okay. So whenever we meet up, think about this. Whenever we meet up, we're going to immediately decide, okay, what happened? What were we supposed to do last week? And what did we do? And did we do it? From 8:05 to 8:35, 30 minutes, decide what must be done for today's live stream. Pick today's episode focus, confirm the outcome for the 4 hours, lock what gets shipped. And basically, this is where we are deciding, okay, what's the story here? What's the idea? Where are they going? Okay. And we have to already come up with an idea of what's going to ship. Okay, pick today's episode, confirm, decide what ships. Okay. So this is what we're going to be doing we could even do this for 60 minutes. It's okay. Doesn't matter. But this is be like a rough draft for right now. Okay. So let's assume from 8:05 to 8:35, we have 30 minutes to decide what must be done for today's live stream, pick today's episode focus, confirm the outcome of the 4 hours, lock what gets shipped. Okay. Lock what gets shipped. So let's do that here. Okay. (8:35 to 9:20), storyboarding and scripting, outline the arc, write key beats and prompts, define audience participation moments. Then from 9:20 to 10:20, we can do the recording, the live stream block, capture the full long form session cleanly, audio and video, mark timestamps for shorts while recording. From 10:20 to 11:20, we have production. So we're going to pull the long form. We're going to cut 2 to 5 shorts or produce 2 to 5 shorts, generate or finalize any graphics as it's needed. From 11:20 to 12, we ship a artifact. So this could be an NFT, this could be a product, this could be a service, and we decide the artifact type for the week, create the asset in the metadata, mint or package it for giveaway or sale. Okay, and this would basically be what we're trying to accomplish in these 4 hours. Okay, I think that the hardest thing would be, or the most time-consuming thing would be, not necessarily storyboarding, because that's pretty simple. I think it would just be once we get into the flow of it, it may be actually really much easier, but the production of it, like the stitching together of the content, that might be the most time-consuming thing. But hopefully AI has advanced enough to where it can do that for us. Well, let's see. I'm going to paste this. I'm going to paste certain information here that we got to paste. And I will finish this in a second. Just give me a minute. Okay. Great. Just happened here. Almost done. Oh, wonderful. Nice. Very nice. Okay, and then just to recap, the whole purpose of the working procedure is to just keep us on target, keep us focused. That's really all this is about. That's all this ever is about. Just keeping us focused. Okay. Now I'm going to fill this in. We're going to say this is version 1 for our brand. WP status is good to go enough. It's going to occur weekly on Sunday. Agent responsive, or we're going to have an agent, right? 6, 12, 18, 24. 240 minutes. Let's update this. Okay. Note, this WP is the outline for weekly Sunday live streams for the life purpose of. Okay. Great. This is human. Print for binder. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. So now I'm going to print this out for us. You're going to have a copy. I'm going to have a copy. And we're going to keep it very, very simple. Let's take one more look at this from top to bottom. Okay. If there's anything that's wrong about this, you let me know. But the who, right? Primary executor is Gabriel and Hemma. So we're going to put this here. Actually. Okay. Owner maintains this work. Okay. That's me because I own it for right now. Approver, if any, Gabriel plus Hemma. Plus live stream partner. Final call on artifact direction. Stakeholders, impacted systems, the life purpose of, personal brand, monetization. What? This working procedure exists to run the Sunday 8 to 12 live stream so it reliably produces a complete content package, long form and shorts, plus one shippable artifact. So does that make sense to you? Right? So when we say artifact, we mean like an NFT or a digital product or a real product or something, okay? An actual artifact. Outputs produced, one long form, 2 to 5 shorts, a single decision, assignment for the assignment log for the next session, one shippable artifact. When this working procedure should be executed during Sunday block for the live purpose of, use this working procedure when it is Sunday and you are running the live stream. You want the session to end with shipping, not just discussion. You need to align quickly on today's episode plus today's artifact. Do not use for non-Sunday content creation sessions. Research only on world building sessions where shipping is not required the same day. Editing only backlog. This working procedure touches the show mechanics SSOT. Your session logging meeting notes. Where? Home studio. Main computer, mic, required. Quiet, record, ready audio environment, stable lighting, consistent framing, notifications muted, storage space confirmed before recording. Why? If I run this working procedure, I reliably finish the 8 to 12 block with a clear episode direction, captured long form recording, usable cut downs. Good idea, by the way. Or you can even just do this. You grab right here and you just... Failure prevention. Also too, if you don't want, you can go like this and that'll mute you. Okay? But remember, if you have the red on and you try speaking, you're not gonna be heard, okay? So just remember that. Failure prevention, this exists to prevent unfocused live streams, unclear decisions, missing assignments, and will ship later outcomes that never get shipped. How the live stream scheduled or ready to start. Recording is armed. One sentence, today's intended outcome. Show mechanics, a single place to log decisions. Okay, required outcomes. Definition of done. Live stream ran within the 8 to 12 window. Check. Episode focus is dedicated and written down. Check. Long form master recording exists and saved. Check. At least 2 hour. 2 shorts are exported or time coded and queued with a cut plan. Decisions, assignments are logged into one place. A shippable artifact exists with a clear distribution plan. Artifacts that must exist. Long form master file plus backup. Shorts exports. Decision assignment log entry. Artifact file plus metadata plus mint link if minted. Validation QA checklist. It's a pass. So we'll know that each live stream was a success based on the following criteria. Okay. So the validation, the QA checklist is going to be a pass if the audio is good and it's usable. There's no clipping. There's no missing track. There's no staticky feedback. The long form master plays end to end. Shorts are correctly framed and readable. Artifact is distributable today, so we can send it out today. So we create the live stream, we send it out today, and we're going to use AI and we're going to use other tools to help us make sure that we ship as efficiently as possible. Fail is if our recording is missing, it's corrupted, or the audio is unusable. No decisions were captured or assignments are written or not written. Artifact is deferred with no concrete shippable substitute. The success signal is one session, right? One live stream, one live stream session with one long form, more than at least 2 or more shorts, and one artifact. Okay, one artifact shipped. And when we say artifact, we mean like income stream shipped. Okay, so we have mentioned like last year the passive income development thing. And then this is what would basically be shipping, okay? D, troubleshooting, failure modes. If you cannot pick the episode direction, choose the simplest one transformation theme and proceed. If you start late, compress storyboard time first, not artifact time, okay? If the recording fails, switch to backup recording immediately and keep going. If the production is taking too long, ship a minimum viable long form master, 2 shorts, and then stop. If you and your partner disagree on artifact direction, default to a giveaway artifact, lowest friction, and ship it. That's very important. That's super important, right? Because we don't want to be wasting time with like, no, it should be like this. It's good enough, right? We're going to improve. We always improve. If energy drops, move from planning into execution. Record, produce to regain momentum. Resume point. Open the last save point, link to All right, so our resume point is going to be, we're going to open the brand meeting and look at the last 2 weeks. We're going to resume at the last completed block. And our handoff, next resume step, write one sentence. Nope. All right, let's add a next resume step here. Let's add a next resume step. All right, homework. Right. Let's just add a next resume step here. Next resume step. Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Write the next resume steps in brand meetings DB in the next resume step property. And then after this, I think we've got everything that we need from here. Okay. So let's just get one more look through here. Okay. Let's ask Notion AI if this is realistic. Look at G.1 call block. Is the timing of the live stream format realistic? Should there be more time allocated to other segments of the show? That's basically what we want to know is, I'm thinking this 805, it's mostly realistic for a 4-hour container, but only if you treat it as a ship minimum viable set workflow. The places it is most likely to break are production and shippable artifacts. Those two blocks are where time expands. What looks realistic as is, decide what to be done, storyboarding realistic, where the current timing is optimistic, where works if the show format is tight and you do not have long tangents or guest coordination overhead. Production, this is optimistic if you want a clean, long format export, 2 to 5 shorts, graphics, Artifact, this is realistic only if. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. So we have recording, production. This is realistic only if the artifact is predefined weekly template. If you are inventing a new artifact each week, 40 minutes, okay. Yeah, and that's exactly what we are going to do, because we're going to need to know what it is that we want to have shipped. Like what's our offering, right? So when you're doing anything for your purpose, like you want to always be thinking about what is the thing that I am here to produce, or what is the thing that I'm here to give, and how do I expect this to be of service to someone? That's the main thing, right? So whatever the purpose thing is, it doesn't matter. What is the thing that's going to be of greatest value to someone? We're going to say.
No, I just really liked what you said.
What exactly did I say?
If you can rewind it, you just expressed it very simple, and I really like that. You said just define a product that you can give to people and be clear on how it can serve them.
Yeah, for sure.
And their purpose. And I like that because this has been a thing for me, overthinking my offerings. And it's been super easy for me to just create content, but never actually have an offering, for sale. And that's been a challenge for me.
Yeah. And this is the thing that we also want to keep in mind too. Like, it's great you have a purpose, but you think about it like this: closed mouths do not get fed.
100%. And you deserve to be rewarded for your gifts. And this is a shift that we all must collectively get into. We all have so many gifts, and we deserve to be rewarded and compensated for our gifts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in order to do that, we have to know what it is that we want to give. What is the thing that people need that we can give? So if we know what people need that we can give, now our purpose becomes much easier to execute and fulfill, because we know what people need. We know what we can give, because we're not faking our skill sets or our competence. We're being really honest with what we can do, and we're delivering that every single time in a very reliable way. So that's the idea here, is when we say shippable artifact, we know that we need to ship something that is going to be of value to our target audience, to the people, to the big ones, right? That's what we call them, right? The big ones that have a purpose. They know what their purpose is, and they just need that thing that we can offer them that takes them to that next level, or helps them go along their journey to doing what they are here to do, right? So the adjustment from Notion AI is the following. The recommended adjustment is 8 o'clock to 8:05. Homework review, keep. Decide outcomes plus artifact choice. Okay. Storyboarding, trim 10 minutes. Okay, we can do that. Recording plus 15 minutes. Okay. So recording, when we have the script, right? So storyboarding and scripting, I think that would take the most time, whereas recording would take the least time, because we're going to create like, a 10, 15 minute long form, right? And that 10 to 15 minute long form is going to be the episode for the week. It's going to be the episode for the week for the life purpose of. And the short can be also curated and dedicated. But I think the production part is the part that may take the most time. That's the only thing here. So let's see. If you want the schedule to be truly Sunday proof, add one constraint to the workflow, not new time, just a rule. That single choice. If you tell me which outcome is non-negotiable each Sunday, long form, shorts, artifacts, I can recommend the most stable allocation. Add one constraint to the workflow, not new time, just a rule. Production block ships either a long form export, 2 shorts, or 3 to 5 shorts only, no long form export. Okay. Okay, so just to clarify here, when it comes to recording, we already have OBS and we already have, certain tools to do zero post editing stuff, period. The production phase would be outsourced to AI, where we're going to add like B-roll overlays using AI tools. And I think in terms of the recording is going to be pretty straightforward, where we do like 2 or 3 takes. But if it's a 10 to 15 minute episode, and we do maybe 1 or 2 takes, then I'm not sure if we need the full 60-minute block, period. I think if anything, maybe the shippable artifact needs more time. Non-negotiable is always going to be 1 long form, maybe 7 dedicated shorts, which are tailored. They're not cut from the long form. They're actually created specifically to drive to the long form, period. And maybe we also have some like behind the scenes clips. That's a possibility, where we have some behind the scenes outtakes or whatever, period. And that's pretty easy to produce, period. I think the main thing is just having the system and the workflow set up in such a way that it becomes really obvious and easy for the output to happen from our side, period. And I agree with you about like 85%. I would say that the most important thing would be to decide what must get done, period. So what I need you to do for me is just feed back to me what I said and what your proposed changes would be, period. Also, is there another way of saying shippable artifact per live stream? Because the idea here is that whenever we do come together and whenever we are shipping something for the week, it's like a passive income type of artifact, period. The long form and the shorts, yes, they are artifacts, but also too, one of the artifacts to ship is a income stream, right? So whether it's an NFT or whether it's a print on demand product or something like this, that's what we're looking for. And I think that might take the most time for now until we have a system for like a template of like how we want to ship those artifacts, period. So feed all that back to me and tell me what your proposed schedule changes would be. And basically what I would need you to do is just reprint all of G.1 with what your proposed changes would be. Be right back. I just want to give you a hug. We love you.
We love you too.
Okay. All right, now let's moving on. Yeah, what you said mirrored back. You already have OBS a 0 post edit setup. Recording is straightforward. And even with 1 to 2 retakes, 10 to 15 minutes episode does not need a full hour. Production is largely delegated to AI. The heavy lifting is not manual editing. It is more like package, handoff, and queue. Non-negotiable every week. 1 long form episode shipped. 7 dedicated shorts that are purpose built to drive to the long form. Optional behind the scenes outtakes, which are easy to capture. That's true. Because what we can do is when we actually record the thing, we can actually, we have the vertical stuff over here. So we can easily just record that. That's pretty easy. The system should make it obvious and easy to generate outputs on your side. You agree the most important lever is to decide what must get done next block. The shippable artifact is specifically a passive income artifact. Yes. That leads me more to unlock a repeatable template. Exactly. And that's why we're going to have templates. Templates are going to be the main thing for everything. Because with templates, we already know, and also with the way that I can train the model, I can train the agent, or I can train the Notion AI, we can easily just produce a standard prompt, procedure, output, everything, feed that into the thing, and then it's all good to go. And it's the same, it's going to be the same thing. It's just different images or whatever. And that's pretty much it. And it's going to be very, very fast. My proposed change is shorten the recording block and treat it as a controlled capture process, recording including 1 to 2 into array. Split production into 2 parts, a short plus packaging AI handoff block. Increase time for the passive income deliverable because that is currently the highest uncertainty work until templated. Keep the decide block strong. Alternative names for shippable artifacts. Income artifact. There we go. Yes, let's use income artifact. Right. Income artifact. My recommendation, income artifact, yes. 805. Right? Okay, let's look through this and see if we approve it, okay? So let's look over. So we're going to look at both the blue highlighted box and the white. So the first one is from 8 o'clock. These are the proposed changes, by the way, where I am right here. These are the proposed changes. So if we approve the changes, it's going to update it for us. It's going to override it for us, okay? So from 8 o'clock to 8:05, 5 minutes homework review, confirm last week's items, pull forward any carryover decisions. That looks pretty good to me, I think.
What do you mean by carryover decisions?
Anything that wasn't shipped from the last time, okay? From 8:05 to 8:45, 40 minutes, decide what must ship today. Lock the outputs. Lock today's long-form topic and promise. Define 7 dedicated shorts, titles, or hooks, each one with CTA or the long form. Decide the income artifact type for the week. NFT, passive income, whatever. Print on demand thing, whatever. Assign roles and constraints. What gets done live. Okay, so this was number 2. Decide what must get done. Right? Decide what must ship today. So pick today's episode focus, confirm the outcome, lock what gets shipped, how many long forms, how many shorts, what product, and that's exactly what we have here, okay? Mm-hmm. So we're going to decide the income artifact. From number 3, 8:45 to 9:20, we have storyboarding and scripting, the minimum viable. And we got to have a long form, the outline, we're going to have from 8:45 to 9:20, we have the storyboarding and the scripting, the minimum viable, the long form, outline, beats, prompts, and audience moments. The shorts, right? 7 hooks and 1 CTA each, no perfection. From 9:20 to 9:55, we're looking to do recording, right? So 35 minutes instead of 60 minutes, which I agree. We allow up to 2 retakes. And we want to just have it so that it's very, very, very quick output. Okay, because what's gonna happen is as we keep working the system and as AI tools improve, we can use a platform like Descript and it'll automatically take out filler words. Okay, so we can all automatically take out filler words, no problem. Capture 2 to 3 quick behind the scenes moments while the setup is live. And that's exactly what the recording is for with the OBS. So let me show you here with OBS. So we've got this right here, which could record behind the scenes. This one right over here, this block, right? This is a vertical stream. So we can easily have, let's say, your camera here, and we can be recording you behind the scenes. If let's say we have Tony Robbins here, we can have Tony Robbins behind the scenes as he's speaking and as he's doing this, and we can show the whole thing, how the whole production works behind the scenes as a vertical. Okay, it's probably hard for you to imagine right now, but you would have to see how it looks like in real life. That's fine. Point 5, production. We have here production. We have shorts creation, dedicated, not cut downs. Record the 7 shorts as standalone pieces. Keep them tightly framed. 10:45 to 11:45, we have package AI production, export organized long form shorts, prepare the AI tool handoff, income artifact, okay, etc., etc., etc. Okay.
Quick question: what is this for?
I think this is. Oh wait, I think this is so that you don't hear the microphones or something.
Hello.
Do you hear yourself?
I hear myself. Yeah.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't hear you.
You don't hear me?
Yeah. So I don't hear you from here. So I think this is basically just to mute the sound on.
I still hear you.
You hear me, but not like through the headphones.
No, I hear you through my headphones.
Okay, speak to me now.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
No.
It's the same.
I don't know. But this is to mute. Okay. So you're muted right now.
Yeah. And one more question. Can I reduce the volume from my headphones?
So this is yours.
Okay, great. The green one.
But this is now means you're off completely.
Yeah, no, I just wanted a little bit more quiet.
Okay, so you turn it how you want to. So speak into it.
Hello. hello, hello, hello. Okay, I think that's good.
Okay, and remember when I'm talking too, it's a different thing. So if I turn my thing down, this is my input monitor. I don't hear myself, but I can now, if I turn it up all the way, it's a lot.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Makes sense?
Yeah.
All right. So this is input monitoring. So you just basically turn up the volume on your own headphone.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get that overwrite. And I think we can now move on pretty easily now from here. So this is going to update. Okay, let's refresh now. And this is I think the most important part of this here, because without structure, we don't go anywhere, right? And we want to always be moving forward in some capacity. We want something to ship concretely. Okay, let's get a review on G.1 once again, comma. Do we have a dedicated session for time frame editing the long form after we record it, period? I think up until step 4 is good, comma, and I'm kind of wondering if step 4 should also include recording the long form and the shorts. And then step 5 is going to combine the post stuff, like the packaging and the AI production handoff, ... And then after that, 0.7 is pretty good. So I think from 4 to 6, we got to refine that somehow, period. Because remember, we have the recording phase and then we have post phase, basically. All right, so now we're getting a update over here on post on the workflow, the outline of today. And after this, we're gonna move on, and we're gonna actually create one full episode today. But in order for us to create the full episode today, what do we have to do? We have to make sure that our scripting is good to go. Okay, especially if we're doing the narration stuff. Okay. Now the next thing is, please audit this workflow of a live stream, period. Is this how production grade, studios would actually produce perhaps an episode of The Simpsons or an episode of Dragon Ball Z, etc. Period. Is there something that we're missing that we're not considering here? Okay. The studio runs a multi-week pipeline with specialized roles, multiple review gates, and parallel workflows. That said, your workflow is production grade for a lean live stream content studio. If you add a few missing studio behaviors as lightweight checks without bloating, what you're already doing that is studio-like, what a studio would have that you are currently missing. Pre-flight tech check, hard gate, studio version, line checks. Yeah, we already have that. Role handoff, defined per step, asset naming, file management, standard, editorial pass as a distinct concept, QC, delivery check, backlog, deferred work capture, the biggest mismatch versus studio and why it's okay. Studios separate episode creation from production across time and teams. You are compressing that into one session, which is fine as long as you accept minimum viable post on Sunday. Okay. The one thing I would add to G.1, if you want it more production grade without adding time, add a micro step at the start of step 4, run 3-minute tech pre-flight. Okay, yes. If you want, tell me whether you prefer adding that as a single bullet inside step 4, a new pre-flight. Yes. Let's do that. And we'll get that to generate. And as it generates, we now have everything that we need for the scripting of the show. And I'm actually going to go here to the life purpose, today's live stream. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the live purpose of, here we go. It's right over here. Right, everything that we, perfect. So I'm going to write this down. Welcome to the live stream. If you have ideas for today's episode, let us know here. Heart. Done. Cool. All right, so now that's going. And now we left a comment. So anytime that someone comes, now they can see that and now they know, okay, yeah, I can drop in and participate however. Okay, keep going. Let's keep going. Next. Let's see that later. Wonderful. Okay, go back to Notion here now. And done. Okay, so we added pre-flight. Great. Okay. I think we're good to go. I'm going to print this out now, and that's going to be it. There's no need to touch this ever again because it's good to go. Okay. Let's actually do this one. Okay. Now, tell us if this is good to go officially. And of course, remember what Notion AI is saying is about production pipelines in the past, pre-AI. This is now in the AI era, so everything is going to go by super fast.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do a 5 or 10 minute break?
Yeah, sure. You do a 5 to 10 minute break. We'll come back whenever you're ready. I'm going to print out what I need to print out for us, and then we continue on from there. Okay. just gonna look through here. All right, cool. It's looking good. Let's export this now. Yes. And let's figure out. Okay. Now let's go over here. Right. Right, let's see if can we add this as a folder here? Why am I not able to add just that? Why does it keep doing that? Come on, man. All right, whatever. I think that's going to be good enough for right now, regardless. Let's go into here and let's now print this out. We're only going to print out page 1 and page 2, or the last page here. Yep, there we go. It'll all fit. So we should see ourselves printing only selection, yes. Mm-hmm. 3, 4, 5. Right. We gotta delete that one. Okay, gotta redo that. Nope. I want date created. Yep. And yes. Okay. Let's print that out and let's see how that looks. So we've got that now. Let's get the next one going. Finder. Hey. Yep. Okay, let's see here. All right, and we are back now. Oh, man. Okay, so the good thing is we were able to produce and ship officially now one artifact, and that is our workflow for every single live stream moving forward. Super important because we're definitely going to need to know, like, what are we trying to accomplish per live stream? So I've learned from my mistakes in the past that if I do not know what is the outcome of what I'm trying to do, everything else is just wasted energy, wasted effort, me rambling on, talking, and not getting anywhere. So this show, this time around, the life purpose of is going to have a clear outcome. There's always going to be a clear outcome. We're going to be shipping episodes. We're going to be shipping shorts. We're going to be shipping NFTs, and building this brand. So having said that, we are back officially with Hemma Biscuit. Okay. Doing good?
Yes.
Okay. So now officially, this is our workflow here. So we're going to have one of these for each of us. Okay. So I printed out one for you, one for me, and it's the same thing. You don't have the full thing because I want to save on paper and also the plastic sheets too, and the printing stuff. So it's just going to be really simple. It's just going to be, these are the instructions. If you actually want to read the whole thing, I can link it to you, but otherwise it's just going to be a 1-page working procedure. This is going to be the outline and the workflow. Okay. So that's the big part that's out of the way.
This is for every single live stream.
Yeah. This is every single live stream moving forward from now on. And it's going to have the outline of what we're going to be doing for the 4 hours that we're here. So at the end of the 4 hours, what has to be true per live stream? There's certain things that have to be true per live stream. 1 long form, 7 tailored shorts, not including behind the scenes stuff. And then we have to wrap up a shippable income artifact. So the income artifact could be a shirt. It could be a tchotchke. It could be a NFT. It could be something that is shippable within the session, right? And that's the idea. If we have, let's say, like a Tony Robbins or somebody coming onto the thing, we want to have it in such a way that Tony Robbins, he becomes a character in our universe, right? And we have the audience, the people that are watching the live stream, we have them participating with us and helping us co-create. We have them helping us participate with the overall production of what we're trying to do here. And he becomes a character, an NFT gets minted and produced. And that NFT will be of him. And it'll be a shippable artifact to basically kind of like a stamp, like we were here, we did this, and this is official. This is exactly what happened during this live stream segment, basically, or this, episode that we were on. So that's the idea behind this stuff. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Now, having said that, let's look at our workflow. This is the cover page. The front is the cover page, right? So if you guys can see this over here, this is the cover page to our workflow. And then on the back, we've got our procedures. All right. So our procedures or our workflow or outline is as follows. So we decided already what must ship today. What must ship today and what has to be true today is we have to have what's the word I'm looking for? The workflow. So this first workflow over here that you guys see, this is it. This is what we have. The next thing though is now going to be storyboarding and scripting. So we're going to start right away with the storyboarding and the scripting stuff. Now, this is what's going to take some thinking here. We have never created a storyboard or a script, right? But this is something that I think a lot of professionals use in order to produce a episode. So shows like, the Sailor Moon and the Cat Dogs and the SpongeBob SquarePants of the world, they all use the same elements to help them organize what's going to happen in any episode. So there's always like the intro, there's always like the conflict, the climax. So we need to look at the elements of a story. We need to look at the elements of a story. The whole, deciding who the avatars are and like who, like our cohort segmentation, that'll come afterwards. I will be working on that throughout the week whenever I do work on the operating systems myself. But for right now, what we're looking at doing is creating the elements of a story, right? So I don't know anything about creating a story. Nothing. Zero, right?
You have been sharing good stories though.
Well, yeah, but I don't know, like, say, the anatomy of creating a good story, right? So let's figure that out right now. Okay, so let's open up ChatGPT now, and let's delete this. Let's start up a new one, and let's just start asking these questions. Okay. As of right now, so for today we had a live stream. And we're still doing the live stream right now, and the thing that we needed to produce first was like a workflow for what we're going to be accomplishing within the 4-hour block, period. We already did that, period. Now, the next thing that we're doing is we're figuring out how to create an episode, period. So for the life purpose of ... the show idea is going to be more animated, cartoon based. We're going to be telling stories and narrating stories from a third person perspective. Period. The show is designed to educate and entertain people on fulfilling their purpose. Okay. And we're going to use characters, and we're eventually going to have like podcast guests, like, influencers from YouTube and social media to come in and to help create stories with us. Right. So we're going to create a live stream where we have real life people coming, and we're creating these shows. And these shows are going to have cartoon elements to it. We're going to use AI to ship these episodes efficiently, and we're going to ship minimum viable episodes every week, period. In order for us to do that, we need a very tight system, period. And I personally have never, ever dissected or studied the anatomy of telling a good story. So I have no clue. Period. However, one thing I do know is how to build systems to replicate things. And I know that we need a template, period. So having said that, I need your help, period. I need you to research how exactly were shows like The Simpsons, Sailor Moon, Cat Dog, SpongeBob SquarePants, and all the top shows that ever existed, even like a Family Guy, how is it that these shows were able to produce what they were able to produce, period? What was the anatomy of them creating their stories and telling their stories and creating these episodes where they were actually published and they were actually sent out into the world? Question mark. Because our goal for today then is to create one episode and use AI tools to help us rapidly produce B-roll overlay while we maintain the A-roll, and we add music, and we have already the audio quality pretty good, I think. So it's really just a matter of what is the anatomy of creating a show episode that's like, the length of an average Dragon Ball Z 30-minute episode or whatever. And I know that obviously advertisements usually take about like half of that time. So we're really talking about like maybe even 10 to 15-minute episodes, period. So how do we engineer 10 to 15-minute episodes in such a way that we have all the elements encaptured as a template that I can then put into a Notion AI database that I already have for storing every single episode? Question mark. All right.
There is a outline from the Tony Robbins Time to Rise Summit where they shared a picture of the hero's journey. We could also use that.
Let's read what ChatGPT has to say, because again, I'm not going to go through whatever Time to Rise, whatever, when it's like right here.
We also have it on our photos. You made a screenshot of it.
Oh, but see, that's the thing. When you see my workflow, you're going to see how fast I do this. Like, I'm going to literally be going back and forth between Notion and ChatGPT right now so that they can communicate with one another. And then I'm going to have the most distilled output, basically. Okay, so we're gonna see how I do this workflow very, very quickly. And it's so fast. Check this out. So we're gonna open up Notion AI. Okay. We're gonna split the screen. Okay. And now the next thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna go into let's go back to the system here. Hold on a second. Yeah, so this is good. So this is already locked in. We're done here, right? So we don't need to visit this unless we need to actually make significant updates to the working procedure, which is not going to be the case. Now let's open up the system that we have that we created last week, the little lightweight system for the life purpose of, and we've got now the episode list, okay? So this episode list is now what we're going to create the template for, okay? So in the last couple of days, I created a template for creating templates. That's ironic, right? So I created a template for creating templates. Let's see where I put this one. Okay, great. It was right here. So
right, it already gave us episodes, outlines.
Exactly. So what I have right here is a template for creating templates. And what we're going to do is the following. I'm going to paste this. I'm going to show my workflow. I'm going to show my process. I'm going to create a template in here. Oh, we already got even a new episode I outline here. There you go. We already have all of this, right? But what we're looking to do is the following. Let's set this as the default for right now. So this is already our rough outline. Let's go over here. Let's go into ChatGPT. Let's actually play the message. Okay, so we can.
TLDR, successful animated shows follow a very repeatable story engine. Almost all of them use a variation of hook, problem, escalation, chaos, turning point, resolution, tag. You can turn this directly into a Notion episode template and reliably produce 10 to 15-minute episodes every week. Below is the actual anatomy used by top animated shows like The Simpsons, SpongeBob SquarePants, Family Guy, Cat Dog, Sailor Moon, and Dragon Ball Z. Number 1, the universal episode structure used by top shows. Almost every animated episode follows this 7-part structure. Hashtag 1, cold open hook, Zol 1. Purpose, grab attention immediately. Examples, The Simpsons random gag or school scene, Family Guy absurd cold joke, SpongeBob SquarePants strange situation begins. Template, you can see the code in our conversation history. Example, open quote, Soraya discovers she can speak dragon-like language, but the first phrase accidentally summons chaos. Close quote. Number 2, inciting incident. 1, 2, 3, the event that starts the story. Example patterns, show, inciting incident. The Simpsons, Homer causes a disaster. SpongeBob wants to prove something. Sailor Moon, a villain appears. Template, you can see the code in our conversation history. Rising attempts, 3-7. The character tries to solve the problem. This is where most jokes entertainment happens. Structure, you can see the code in our conversation history. This pattern appears everywhere. SpongeBob SquarePants does this constantly. Family Guy uses gag chains. Dragon Ball Z escalates fights. Number 4, escalation chaos, 7 to 10. The stakes get bigger. Example, show, escalation. The Simpsons town disaster. Dragon Ball Z. New villain transformation. SpongeBob SquarePants. Situation spirals absurdly. Template, you can see the code in our conversation history. Number 5, turning point, realization. The lesson or realization. This is crucial for your purpose show. Example, you can see the code in our conversation history. Example, open quote. Soraya realizes the dragon language only works when spoken with love. Close quote. Number 6, resolution. 12, problem gets solved. Common patterns, clever solution, unexpected twist, help from another character. Example, you can see the code in our conversation history. Number 7, end tag, final joke. A small ending gag or moment, used heavily by The Simpsons, Family Guy. Template, you can see the code in our conversation history. 2, the real production pipeline, how shows actually get made. Major shows follow this workflow. Step 1, story idea. Step 2, story outline, 1 page. Step 3, beat sheet, scene list. Step 4, script. Step 5, storyboard. Step 6, voice recording. Step 7, animation. Step 8, editing's music. Step 9, final episode. Number 3, the system you should build in Notion. Create a database called Episode Engine. Each episode contains this template. Episode template. Episode title 1 hook. What strange moment opens the episode? 2, inciting incident. What problem appears? 3, goal. What does the main character want? 4, attempt 1. What do they try? 5, attempt 2. How does it get worse? 6, escalation. What chaos happens? Realization. What lesson or insight appears? 8, resolution. How is the problem solved? 9, final tag. Funny or magical closing moment. AI production pipeline for your live stream. Your 4-hour live stream episode workflow should look like this. Hour 1, create story outline. Hour 2, record narrations dialogue. Hour 3, generate visuals, tools, Midjourney, Runway, Pika, Sora if available. Hour 4, edit episode. Tools, CapCut, Descript, and video. Now 5, the secret behind shows that last decades. The real engine is you can see the code in our conversation history. Example, show engine Inspam. The Simpsons, dysfunctional family. SpongeBob SquarePants, innocent optimism. Family Guy, absurd satire. Your engine should be, you can see the code in our conversation history, infinite story generator. Number 6, one extremely powerful trick. Every episode answers one question. You can see the code in our conversation history.or. You can see the code in our conversation history. Now every story becomes meaningful. Your next move today, create in Notion. You can see the code in our conversation history with the 9-step story structure template. Then produce episode 001 during the live stream. If you want, I can also show you the exact South Park style rapid production system that lets teams create full animated episodes in 24 hours. That system is perfect for what you're trying to build.
All right, so you understand that, right? So our goal for today, I think our shippable work for today is to make sure that we have the database, the production workflow, and an agent. So let's write that down. The database, DB workflow, and the agent. Okay. So what does that mean? That means that for the entirety for the rest of the thing, we're going to ship an episode, that's for sure, because we're going to start testing out the tools and everything like this. We need to test out whether or not it's going to be Descript, or it's going to be InVideo, or it's going to be Runway ML, or it's going to be VO, or whatever other tool it is. But the main thing is, before we create any content like that book, Day Trading Attention with Gary Vaynerchuk, we must figure out the pipeline for how this is going to go, because otherwise creating for the sake of creating is not going to get us anywhere. You know, we've already talked about this before. There's so many people that are creating content. What makes you unique? What makes you stand out? Da, da, da. Okay, fine. We already understand that, right? What we need to understand here is that in order for us to continue to do this and actually to see progress, and I think this is the thing too that gets I think people discouraged about actually fulfilling their purpose, is like, if you don't see progress, like when you go to the gym and you work out and whatever, or you work out at home, whatever, if you're not seeing progress, if you're not noticing either I'm losing weight or I'm building some muscle or something, it gets discouraging, right? Because you're putting in this work and you're like, okay, well, where's the result here? So for us, I think it's very important that we have, even no matter how shitty it is, it doesn't matter. Just produce a version 1. It does not have to be perfect. We don't care about perfection here. All we care about is just getting the work done. That's it. That's our big goal for today. Okay. So this is going to be, it's going to be database. It's going to be template. Let me write this over. Template. There's going to be database, template, and then agent. And what the agent is going to be doing is the agent is going to be executing the prompt that it needs to execute every single time, so that it generates a potential script for us. Now, if we get participation from the audience, let's say if someone is watching the live stream and they actually want to, co-create the episode with us, then that's where we have a segment where, people that are watching the live stream, they can suggest, okay, well, this is what this character should be doing. This is what I think their purpose is. And then this is how, Serra the Golden Dragon encounters a peanut from the peanut gallery. And, how does the show unfold from there? And then we basically take those comments and we feed that to the AI. And then we use that as input from the audience and from us and from our own minds, and have the agent produce the artifact, which is the script. And then that script, we're going to basically just now record it, speak it out, or whatever. So this is what we're going to be looking forward to today. Our goal is to try to actually print one episode. And by that, I mean like an actual script. And the way that I see it is because we have the foot pedal, right? So I can easily just cut between, right? And we can see our goal here is to do the very first simple, bare bones script where we're just reading it over. Maybe we even have like, let's say a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Like an in video or something, B-roll overlay possible. I don't know, but let's see if we get there. Okay. We only have 2 hours and 5 minutes left. So we have to really lock in and focus. Do you need to use the toilet? Are you good to go? Okay. All right. I think I'm good to go. Are you good to go? Yeah, I think you're good to go. All right, cool. Perfect. So let's go from here. Okay. So we're going to share the screen again, and we are going to, let's go back into Notion. Let's go back into ChatGPT. I'm going to copy this message, right? So this is my workflow for how I do things and how I get AI to communicate with one another, because ChatGPT has, GPT-5, but also Notion AI has different models that it can use. So I can use either whichever native one Notion is using, or I can use Sonnet or Opus or GPT-5 or GPT 5.4, whatever. So I want to basically create now a page in here, okay? And I'm going to put this into brand assets DB. And basically what I want to do here is ChatGPT episode script outline. Let's put this in here. Okay. Let's add this now. Okay. So we have this. This whole thing is already set up for us, right? Okay, I just copied this message. Great. And let's actually see what ChatGPT has to say here. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I thought. The core idea is story first, record voices, animate around the audio, not the other way around. This massively reduces production time. So that's the exact framework that I want to go for. I want to go for the South Park speed production model. And what that means is we have the template of the characters. We've locked in the brand identity. We've locked in like the brand image. And then what we do is we generate the script. We generate the script with AI using our inputs, and then we speak the script, and then we create animations around what we're saying here, okay? That's the idea. And that's going to be our Speedy system, the McDonald's equivalent of the Speedy system. So this massively reduces production time. Traditional animation takes months because it does storyboard, animation, voices, editing. We don't want that. South Park flips it. We do story, voices, animation, edit. The 7-stage rapid episode pipeline. That's what we want to do. We want to do story brainstorm. Yes, this is exactly what we want to do here. Okay, so out of these two, okay, you just confused the shit out of me, period. Are you saying that these are two different frameworks for creating episodes? Question mark. You gave me a universal episode structure before, and now you're giving me the South Park speed production model, question mark. Our goal is to produce, script, record, and produce an episode and have it published within 4 hours, period. Is this the South Park speed production model? Question mark. We're going to be using AI to do a lot of overlays and stuff and to do a lot of hyper editing for us, period. Which of these frameworks do I need? Or do I need both and I merge them or what? Question mark. The idea is that we have a database for listing every single episode, and then we have a template in Notion and as a subpage where we have a prompt, and then we have a section for generating the output, period. What model am I going to need here? Because our goal is to produce an episode within 4 hours. Okay. So we have our episode list here somewhere. Let's pull it up here. Right. So if this is the episode, here's what we're doing here. Let's pull this up. Okay. These were generated messages. This was a generated message from Chat GPT. And this is about, actually, you know what? You can read it. Let's get that in there. I need you to carefully audit this page and tell me if these are two different frameworks for a database or if this is basically saying what the production is, period. If you were to actually construct this into both a database and a template, kind of similar to how we do for how exactly would you structure and express what ChatGPT suggested as our framework for rapidly producing one episode, period? Our intention is to script, ideate, what's the word I'm looking for? Ideate. Good. Dang it. Is to ideate, script, record, produce, and edit, produce, publish. All within 4H. How would we accomplish that? All right. So now we got to think to ourselves, okay, over these last months, and especially in the last couple of weeks in particular, like my ability to use AI and like rapidly generate systems and databases and workflows and agents has gone up like exponentially. And it's because agents have released. GPT-5 released agents, the ability for agentic capabilities in July of last year with GPT-5. Now we have Notion AI being able to mint and produce agents. So I have already starting, like if you look here on the screen, I've already got these starting agents that I have, right? So if you think about an agent, the agent is supposed to basically replace a human. Each agent represents one person. Okay, so now imagine if I had hired someone full time to be a comment reply agent. There is like, imagine the equivalent of one human that's their entire job. Just literally look for comments, copy them, reply to them. That's what the comment reply agent is for. And if we do that for every single key thing that we need to do, we will have, and we'll find out that we'll have like two basically distinct categories of agents. An orchestrator agent, which is basically like a me, like a manager that oversees everything. And then you have a specialist agent. And the specialist agent is the agent that works on just one very finite thing. The reason why I'm saying that, and that's important, because that's what we're going to do today. We're going to create a specialist agent. And what that agent is going to do for us is that agent is going to take every single episode idea, the building blocks of every single episode, and it's going to rapidly ideate and generate scripts for us. And by the end of it, we should have at least a 2,000 word script with our inputs based on our brand and what we're trying to accomplish with the episode. And it's basically enabling us to just speak and narrate. And that's going to be the key element for our production pipeline. So if we can just do this today, we're going to be really, really good moving forward. Okay. So now let's see what Notion AI had to say here. Let's actually open this in a bigger tab so we can actually pull up and read a bit easier here. Does it make sense so far what we're doing, Hemma?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, cool. I know this could be like the boring stuff, but if we can knock down like the whole workflow and the procedure stuff.
Yeah, that's important.
It's going to be massively important. Because, and again, that's the mistake that I made from the last time. You know, like I've been with these YouTube channels, you know, a few times. And last time it was just constantly creating, but no actual workflow. And the workflow is very, very important, especially for scalability purposes now.
So now you are laying the masculine bricks for the structure so that then the feminine creative flow can flow in the streamlined structures.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, now let's go to the audit here.
This is also how feminine and masculine works together to create something.
Yeah. So number one, audit. Is this two database frameworks or production? It's not really two different database frameworks. It's two complementary layers. Episode, story, framework. The hook, problem, escalate, chaos, turning point, resolution tag, The 9-step story structure is writing, outline, template. It tells you what an episode is narratively. Rapid production framework, the 4-hour live stream workflow, are operational pipelines. They tell you how to make the episode fast. So one of the episode's internal structure, the other is external production sequence. They should be implemented as different parts of the same system, not two competing databases. If we build this in Notion, what would this database template look like given your intention ideate script? The cleanest expression is one episode database, your existing episode list DB, which is here. Okay. It's the episode list DB, which is here. Okay. So this is where we already have. A single canonical episode page template that contains the story engine, the 4-hour execution. This keeps one row to one episode. Okay. And the template that makes every episode page runnable under stress. Minimum property set. Keep your existing schema and only what's required. Your current properties are oriented to story, outline, opening, conflict, That's good, but the 4R property needs a few execution anchors. Keep, add, Okay, and it'll do that for us. This separates writing status, your current status, from production status pipeline, which prevents confusion. The page template body modeled like your SSOT template discipline. Below is the structure I would use inside the episode template page using the same runnable under stress style you enforce in your working procedures. Template body outline inside each page, about rules, okay. Template spec, what must be true every time. Minimum required, okay. Optional, Minimum required content, required blocks, okay. Operating notes, right. 4-hour rapid production. A single time box checklist that forces story selection, beat sheets, etc., etc., etc. Crucially, each block should have a hard if behind schedule cut to rule, so you always ship. Generated output, paste ready working blocks, premise, how you accomplish, ideate script, okay, perfect, okay. Approval gate, get your configuration. If you want, I can turn this into a concrete SOT for you. If you have questions. Okay. All right, let's see. If you want, I can now turn this into a concrete SOT database. Okay, so let's start here. So we have that, right? We know that, right? So let's go back and let's open up this database. And let's say that this is, let's rename this to 2026, quarter 1, week 11, March 15th, live stream. Okay, let's do one thing at a time so that we're clear and we're on the same page, period. I need you to examine this sheet again and your previous notes, message, then I need you to suggest your updated property schema for this episode's database so that we have a very clean database for housing and storing episodes, period. All right, so now it's going to suggest the property schema. I have to approve it. After I approve that property schema, then we can go on from there. What I see in the current episodes and what's missing right now, your schema is mostly a writing idea tracker, core identity, story fields. What it does not clearly represent from the ChatGPT page is the 4-hour production run as first-class data. Suggested updated property schema, episode housing focused. Keep renamed, okay, fine, okay, yeah. All right, sprint date, time, runtime target, okay, simplest cleanup. Keep the DB clean, keep opening, right. Okay. Approval gate. Per your config rules, it will not touch the database if you reply yes, add yes. Okay, let's approve that. Okay. And we're going to have to just trust the AI as of right now and just surrender and not expect perfection, because if we expect perfection and try to think about it like, we've never done this before. So if we're really trying to rapidly ideate a database, we need to just be like, okay, this is what it is. All right, fine. All right, so now it's given us the updates and we can see the changes here. Okay, let's now say, okay, now please organize the property schema so that it can flow logically. Like, what would be the left to right optimized property schema that we need here? Question mark. Please ensure that you configure that property schema so that it's in a logical flow from left to right. And sometimes it may do it, sometimes it may not. It doesn't matter. But either which way, here we are. And we're going to sort this by the episode number. So we're going to sort it ascending by the episode number. Okay, fine. Cool. All right, now the next thing is the template. Okay, the next thing is the template. So let's go back here in the template. And again, last week we created this template. Okay, but we need to confirm that this is the appropriate template that we're going to need for every single episode moving forward. All right, let's recopy this link. Okay. Please audit this template against what's in this I think the way that I see it is that in every single episode list at the property level, we will have a template for rapid scripting, and rapid scripting of not only the long form content, which is 10 to 15 minutes, but also the shorts, which will be about 30 to 60 seconds maximum, period. Having said that, what about this has to change in order for us to have a rapid prototype narration for scripting episodes at scale, where we instruct an agent to execute the prompt in section A of this template, question mark. Suggest your changes here for approval. All right, I need you to read this and decide with me. So I'm trying to get the agent to, or the AI to update the template here, and it's asking me what is the flow that I want here. Okay, so I'm going to read this out loud. It says, got it. Before I refactor the template, I need you to lock two decisions so the section A run agent prompt flow is stable. Template strategy. Do you want one single episode template that always generates both the long form narration and a shorts pack? Or do you want two separate templates inside the same episodes DB long form episode shorts pack? 2, shorts default count. Should the agent generate 3, 5, or 7 shorts per episode by default? Reply with 1 or 2 plus 3.
I need to read over this again. Scroll down.
I would say the first option.
I don't fully understand that.
Okay. Let's start. Let's go with this.
So the second one is without the long form narration.
Yeah. Actually, no, we won't. We want this one. On second thought, we want this one. Why? Because the components of a short might change from a long form. Actually, I don't know. I do not know. One single episode template that always generates both long form narration and just shorts pack. One last decision before I refactor the template page. What is the default short? Okay, whatever. One last decision before I refactor. 7. Okay, and now that that's doing that, we have here a database template where we're going to basically create a table of contents here. Okay. Open the target database, edit a new templates page, and we're going to do this. Okay. So let's add this in here. So while Notion is updating this, okay, great. It just did that. Okay, great. Prompt runner. Okay. And it applied the changes. Okay, great. Okay, great. Now we somehow need to apply this template. Okay. We created, apply the following template. We previously created a working procedure with a template for how to create templates. Basically, I need you to execute the prompt in the working procedure template and morph it so that that template, the content from what you just generated fits into that template, period. Here are the exact instructions. Before you proceed, however, I need you to tell me what you're about to do so that we can get the approval here. Okay, we're getting there. So we're going to squeeze everything now into this template that we had created this week. And this template is basically going to have a prompt, because the prompt is now going to enable us to create an agent. We're going to have an about section. We're going to have all these things. And from there, generating episodes should be fairly simple. And what we're going to do is we're going to run it a couple of times, see where it breaks, because it's probably going to break on the first time. I have to get a visual for what it looks like. But then after that, it should be good to go. And that will create the long form for us. So we'll be recording in OBS, and then after that, we're going to go to, what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, that's not quite right, period. We should have the exact template.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yep. All right, so we should have here the capture phase of the long form. We're already behind schedule on this, but again, this is the first day that we're doing this officially in this capacity. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. All right, now to break this down, what we're doing here is we are scripting, we're outlining a template for scripts. And generating episodes, generating scripts has to be a very systematic process. At least that's from my experiences with creating content in the past. I realized that the more content you produce and to come up with ideas, it's not necessarily so difficult. I don't think that's the case. I just think that in order for you to sustain it for the long term, you have to have a system. And so that's what we're doing here. And we're producing this structure for right now so that way we can at least generate a couple of episodes, because if we do not, it's not going to flow, right? And so the idea behind the life purpose of this episodic for these characters, every episode should sequence logically. And without a template, without a process or a procedure to do that, I think we'll get lost with where the story has to go. So it wouldn't make any sense. And I think that that's the thing about certain, episodes or like TV shows, growing up, it didn't make sense. Every episode was distinct from itself. Yes, there were a continuation of characters and they had like their identities. That made sense. But what didn't make sense sometimes is how do we sequence from one thing to another? And so that's what I am working on piecing together. And that's what you can see over here with this template. This template should serve us in that we can easily reproduce any episode. You can reproduce multiple episodes using the same format and having a script generated that tells that story using our inputs. And our inputs are basically going to be generated based on our interests, and our inputs are going to be generated, our output. The output of the script is going to be generated based on our interests. It's going to be based on our keywords and what is it that we want to convey to the audience, or to convey to you, you know? So it's a process. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see. I think it produced it. Yeah, that's fairly accurate. Yes. It's about right. Yes. Good. Okay, cool. We did that. Perfect. We got A. I noticed that there was a problem with the nesting stuff, so it has to just sit outside. C, and then we have officially D, generated output, which is a tag. Okay. Now let's just keep working the system. All right, let's see. What do we have last time? Okay, we are getting there, but still not quite right. Period. Section D, generated output. When we have this template, it's supposed to be blank, which means that everything from section D should then be moved into section C. Period. And we should have something, a template that looks something like this. And also, as well, for these episodes, again, the prompt now has to be updated because it says you're my database template builder, comma. The wording needs to be applied to say that you're my episode creator agent. And then we go from there, period. Please use that to guide you in creating, updating section A and section B.
It is freaking cold.
Yeah. How's that cold?
Uncomfortable.
Yep. I got some tea here if you want more. The best thing that I can suggest is you get a couple more blankets, and you can also do the hot water bottle.
You have a warming bottle here?
I have two. I have the green one and the pink one.
Do you want anything?
There's nothing like bite sized to eat, right?
We have snacks.
Like what kind of snacks?
Dates.
Oh, can you actually give me a little handful of nuts?
Dates and nuts or just nuts?
Just nuts.
Which ones?
If we don't have peanuts, cashews.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's got to be good enough here. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to lock this in for right now. And let's go into the other working procedure here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. I think that's decent, right? Okay, so we have the template now established. So now that the template is established, we need to think about ourselves. We need to think about what we're going to be shipping here. So we have episode 1, the shrink. Now, this episode, we're going to apply this template that we just produced here, okay, as there's the rough draft, and we're going to see how Notion AI will actually produce an episode. Okay, so if it produces a script that's shitty, we're going to keep refining and keep training the model until we get the actual output that we want. But for right now, let's assume that this is what it is. Okay, so we always start off with a prompt, and we want to have like a simple about section for what the entire page is for. And then we want to have the actual template stuff. So what to capture every single time. And we want to ask ourselves, what is it that we're trying to accomplish with this episode? So we're going to do a rapid iteration here. Okay, now I want you to check what. Okay, now I want you to check this template outline against this page and determine if we have the correct elements necessary. Remember that the goal of any template, this template, is to produce an episode. So we need a script. We need the actual like logic, the order, everything that determines what is the long form going to be, and we determine what is the output going to be. So the final thing should be the output of a script. And we know exactly who is going to be speaking what and what is the thing that they're going to be speaking, period. From here, we also need shorts, custom shorts that we're going to also script and record. And at the same time, it's those shorts as well that are going to need, who's going to say what, basically, period. Does this template accomplish that? All right, let's take a little break.
I'm making some food for us. I'm super hungry.
Me too.
Regis is super hungry.
Good. How are you doing today?
I was not doing so good since yesterday afternoon. You?
All right, let's get back to it. So here's where we are.
I also know that the food plays a huge role.
It's actually great that you bring your phone because I really think the logic of it is going to be that we would read from the phone, the script. So we're going to actually put that into practice today. Okay, let's open this up. Mm. No, that's not what I'm telling you to do. I'm saying to apply your changes, the changes that I'm approving to this page, not to the template page. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to review it myself to see how it looks like, and then I'm going to copy it over myself. All right, so the template is now being updated. After this, we're going to go and look at the properties, generate a script, and we're going to go from there. We're almost there. The first thing is record. We have the story. We're going to record. You have your warmer bottle?
Yeah. It's always interesting to start something completely new that you have never done before.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of this is very new to me.
Yep. Okay. Now we're going to apply these changes here. Okay, great. Super duper. All right, now the fun is about to begin. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now we're going to get really locked in. Okay, now that we have this template here, let's imagine for a moment that we're actually doing this live and we're creating our very first episode, period. How would this work? Question mark. Do we have a chat gate where you can give us some basic questions to generate an episode? If not, should we have a chat gate? And what questions would you ask us to help us define and to guide the story? Question mark. Some immediate questions definitely are going to be who is joining you and who are the speakers for today's episode, so that way we can have a script generated where we know, okay, Hemma is going to be speaking, or Gabriel is going to be speaking, or Tony is going to be speaking, or Kitty is going to be speaking, period. Do we have something like that here right now? And if not, what are the changes that you can propose and recommend? We're getting there. This is good. This is really good. This is really, really, really good. Yes. Perfect. Okay, so now it's installing a chat gate. A chat gate is basically a preliminary gate where it has to ask us questions to help us derive where we want to go with the episode. So we always need a chat gate. That's wrong. Period. Shouldn't the chat gate be in section A as part of the prompt? Question mark. Good. Good. Very good. Okay, so I'm going to copy this over. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Okay, so if we were to put this to the test and I asked you to execute section A, execute the prompt in section A, comma, how would this run in real time? Actually, sorry. Okay, great. Let's put this to the test now and let's generate an actual episode here. Period. Okay, so now we're going to actually do a real episode now. Okay, so let's see here. So question 1. So now we're actually going to do it. We're actually going to do the real work now. And the real work is we're putting this into real practice right now, okay? So we just executed the prompt for the AI, and now it's going to generate the episode for us. So let's walk through how it's going to work. It says per section 8.0, episode design lock requires a chat gate, so it cannot generate the episode yet. We have to run the chat gate one question at a time. Then you confirm the episode design lock. Confirmed. After that, I will generate the full episode output and write it into section D on episode 1, the shrink. Now, just remind you, it's not going to be necessarily perfect, but this is going to be version 1. Okay, we're going to keep producing until we get it how we want to. So who are the speakers joining us today? We're going to do Gabriel. And then we got Hammer, which is Hemma. Okay. So that's for this. Okay. I'm kind of wondering if we need to be in here actually. Okay. Let's see if it's recorded. Yes, it recorded. Perfect. So this is what's going to happen. It's going to ask us questions and we're going to give it its responses that it needs. And then it's going to record it verbatim. Okay. This is exactly what we want to do. Okay. So great. Let's go on to the next one because we don't have any other people that want to participate in the episode creation process for today. Okay, now let's paste that output. Right, and then at the end, this is how it is going to look like because we should be able to share the page and it should be pretty easy. Yes. So all the responses are all going to show up here, okay? So we're going to be able to see this in real time. And this is good because all the templates that I've been creating over the last week and a half in particular, it all follows this very same format. Same format. Okay. Now then that's a question for you. So we can do it like this for now where we have to think about it for now. But eventually we can also have it to where there's different lessons that we have a database and it just selects from the database. But what would you say here? If you had to answer this question.
Do we already have a title for the episode?
So title 1, so episode 1 is The Shrink.
Okay. Do you know what that is about?
So The Shrink is about the origin of the peanuts.
Okay.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Well, so the 1-sentence purpose lesson for this episode would have to be in alignment with the name of the episode.
Okay.
Correct.
So this is where we're going to go now into ChatGPT. Okay, and let's do this now. Okay, we need your help to create the very first episode here until we have a more streamlined production content workflow, period. The idea behind, I just created a prompt and a set of instructions for Notion AI to ask us questions, and we basically implemented a chat gate. And basically this chat gate is going to allow us to have questions asked to us that we can answer so that we can formulate episodes. That is the question that we have been asked, period. In a previous session, we had talked about episode 1 being titled The Quote Shrink Quote. And the idea behind this title or the episode as episode 1 is basically to showcase the origin of the peanuts from the peanut gallery and how they came to be. Period. If you were to answer the question, though, what's the one sentence purpose lesson for this episode? How would you respond to this in bullet points? Question mark. Give us multiple different variations that we can pick from to guide us into determining what could be the one sentence purpose lesson for the episode. Okay, so these are the different ideas or the purpose lesson options. So read these and pick one. Okay. Hold on a second. These are the strongest foundations for a series opener. Growth begins the moment you stop shrinking yourself. Purpose awakens when you stop. The smallest seed can grow. Okay, I like this one actually the most. But you're going to read and you're going to pick one, okay? Or just read the whole thing, and if you don't like it, then we go to the drawing board again. But remember, this is not about perfection. This is about just doing it.
Yeah.
Here are clean one-sentence purpose lesson options you can choose from for episode 1, The Shrink. Each option keeps one clear idea, no and, which is important for strong storytelling. Purpose lesson options. Identity, purpose theme. Discovering your true purpose requires seeing yourself clearly. True purpose begins when you stop pretending to be someone else. Your purpose appears when you stop shrinking your true self. The moment you accept who you are is the moment your purpose begins. Purpose awakens when you stop hiding your true nature. Transformation theme. Growth begins the moment you stop shrinking yourself. Transformation begins when you outgrow the identity that once protected you. The path to purpose begins when the old self no longer fits.
This is also good.
Becoming who you are requires leaving behind who you were. Origin story theme. Good for episode 1? Every great story begins with a moment of transformation. Every identity begins with a defining moment. Every movement begins with someone discovering who they truly are. The birth of purpose begins with a single awakening. Peanut Gallery lore angle. Even the smallest voice
like
can
this one
awaken
the
a powerful
most.
purpose. Great purpose can emerge from the smallest beginnings. The smallest seed can grow into a powerful destiny. The quietest voices can shape the future. Philosophical angle fits your show concept well. Purpose reveals itself when the soul stops shrinking. Purpose appears when courage replaces fear. Destiny reveals itself to those willing to change. Purpose calls to those who are ready to awaken. My top 3 picks for episode 1. These are the strongest foundations for a series opener. Growth begins the moment you stop shrinking yourself. Purpose awakens when you stop hiding your true nature. The smallest seed can grow into a powerful destiny. If you want, I can also help you lock episode 1 completely by generating the next piece your Notion system will ask. What is the inciting incident that begins the story? That's the single most important moment in the episode. And once we define it, the whole story will unfold quickly.
Okay. So we now have these two sentences. We need to pick one.
I like the first one more.
Okay. Okay, so now we're here and we're going to see. Yep. Okay. Let's keep going. This was the next question that Notion AI gave us. What would you say here? There we go. I like this. Okay, so these are different options, okay, for the therefore chain. And the idea here is that we want to just pick one. We have these different options, okay? We want to pick one of these different options to basically determine what direction the story goes into, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to play it again.
Yeah.
You want a causal chain. Each step causes the next step. Structure. You can see the code in our conversation history. Here are several clean options for episode 1, The Shrink. Option 1, very clean origin story. A mysterious force causes someone to shrink into a peanut-sized being. Therefore, they discover a hidden world of other tiny voices called the Peanut Gallery. Therefore, they realize the smallest voices may hold the greatest purpose. Option 2, strong transformation theme. A character suddenly shrinks physically. Therefore, they are forced to see the world from the perspective of the overlooked. Therefore, they discover a purpose to amplify the smallest voices. Option 3, philosophical, purpose-driven. A person begins shrinking every time they ignore their true calling.
I like that.
Therefore, they desperately search for a way to stop disappearing. Therefore, they discover their purpose can only be restored by embracing who they really are. Option 4, comedy-friendly. Someone accidentally triggers a strange force that shrinks them into a peanut. Therefore, they fall into the chaotic world of the Peanut Gallery. Therefore, they learn that even peanuts have powerful voices. Option 5, my favorite for episode 1. This one has strong narrative propulsion. A mysterious event causes a person to suddenly shrink. Therefore, they discover an unseen world of tiny voices called the Peanut Gallery. Therefore, they realize their purpose is to help those voices finally be heard. Tip for your system: if the story chain can be read smoothly like a domino effect, it's good. Bad story chain: you can see the code in our conversation history. Good story chain: you can see the code in our conversation history. If you'd like, I can also help you with the...
Okay, so this one?
This one I like the most, yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be the chain.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Yep. Okay. This is good.
This is the last one, Q5?
I don't know. Give us some possibilities here, period. Okay, we repeat this process.
For the hook cold open, you want one striking visual or one line that instantly creates curiosity. The goal is, viewer immediately wonders what is happening. Here are strong options that fit everything you already locked in. Shrinking plus purpose theme. Visual hook options. Option 1, instant mystery. A person stands in front of a mirror. Suddenly they shrink to half their size. A peanut rolls across the floor toward them. Option 2, fast comedy. Someone proudly declares, I know exactly who I'm supposed to be in life. They immediately shrink 2 inches. Option 3, strong symbolism. A giant glowing word appears in the sky. Purpose. The moment the character looks away from it, they shrink. Option 4, peanut gallery reveal. A peanut falls off a table in slow motion. When it hits the ground, it cracks open. Inside is a tiny person yelling, hey, watch where you're dropping destinies. Option 5, story narration. Very good for your narrator
Can you pause
format.
that for a moment? Peanut gallery reveal. A peanut falls off a table in slow motion. When it hits the ground, it cracks open. Inside is a tiny person yelling, hey, watch where you're dropping destinies. I don't really get it.
Get it? You're dropping destinies. Watch where you're dropping destinies. So like the person is a peanut. They have a destiny, but they're dropping the destiny on the floor.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not really so punchy, but whatever.
okay.
Opening line. Open quote. Every time someone ignores their purpose, something strange happens. Close quote. Cut to character shrinking. Option 6, cinematic. A character wakes up and their clothes are suddenly too big. They look down, their hands are peanut-sized. Option 7, my favorite for episode 1. Opening line, open quote. Most people think they shrink from fear, but the truth is stranger than that. Close quote. Cut to someone physically shrinking. Best choices for your episode.
I don't get the option
These work
7
best with your premise and-
neither.
So that's a metaphor. You know how like when people shrink because they're afraid?
Yeah.
But the truth is stranger than that.
Okay, and what is the truth?
The truth is that people shrink when they become peanuts.
Well, I don't know. No, I like that.
lesson.
I think option 3, I like the most. Yeah, a giant glowing word appears in the sky, purpose, and the moment the character looks away from it, they shrink. Do you like that one?
No, but it's not about me. I told you you're the star of the show.
Which one do you like more?
Personally, I like this one because here's why. We can add in a person stands in front of a mirror. Suddenly they shrink to half their size. But we can wedge something in here.
Okay, yeah, if we can add something, yeah, sure.
So here's what I think we can add in.
Well,
Hold on.
we would have to explain
Yeah. Hold on.
why they shrink to half their size.
Exactly.
Because they don't like what they see maybe in the mirror.
That's where I'm going. Exactly.
Yeah, or they criticize.
Okay, so I like this angle, comma. It doesn't make sense where a peanut rolls across the floor towards them and they shrink half their size, period. I think it has to be that a person stands in front of a mirror, comma. They think a thought about themselves and then they shrink half their size. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
But if you like this one better, we can go with this one.
No, I mean, this makes sense if we expand on it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Ignoring your purpose is shrinking. So the hook should visually demonstrate that rule immediately. Here are cleaner versions of the hook that keep your idea but the logic tight. Refine hook options. A person stands in front of a mirror. Actually, you know what? Let's go here because we got the new one.
Yes, that instinct is correct. The cause of the shrinking should be the thought, because your story rule is ignoring your purpose, shrinking. So the hook should visually demonstrate that rule immediately. Here are cleaner versions of the hook that keep your idea but make the logic tight. Refined hook options. Option 1, very clean. A person stands in front of a mirror. They sigh and say, maybe I should just be normal. Instantly, they shrink to half their size.
Mm-hmm.
Option
like
2,
that.
most aligned with your lesson. A person stands in front of a mirror holding something that represents their dream. They say, that's probably not meant for someone like
There
me.
you go.
Oh, can you pause that?
They suddenly shrink.
We could include here a person stands in front of a mirror and they're holding a physical NFT of a hero character, a purpose character.
Mm.
And then they say, oh, that's probably not meant for someone like me.
Oh,
So we can, do a product placement.
right.
That's just an idea.
Another idea is a person stands in front of a mirror. A person is watching an influencer on YouTube, then stands in front of a mirror, looks at themselves. They say, something like that, and then suddenly they shrink. So those are some ideas of like what the direction is you can go in. But let's see what the other options are, and then you tell me what direction you want to go in. Okay.
Option 3, visually powerful. A person looks in the mirror. The reflection shows their true powerful self. They shake their head and say, no, that's not me. They shrink. Option 4, simple cinematic. A person stares into a mirror. They whisper, I'll do it later. They shrink 2 inches. Option 5, my favorite for episode 1. A person stands in front of a mirror imagining their true future. Fear crosses their face. They say, who am I kidding? They suddenly shrink.
That's an idea.
I like all
viewer
of them.
Instantly learns the rule of your universe.
We could
You
even
can see
have
the code in our conversation history. That makes the rest of the episode easy to understand. My recommended final hook, use this one. Hook/cold open. A person stands in front of a mirror imagining their true future. Fear crosses their face. They whisper, who am I kidding? They suddenly shrink to half their size.
Okay, what do you think? What are we gonna say?
I like all of them. We could even have a scene in the episode where we show 4 characters, person 1, 2, 3, 4, and they all say different things, which are self-deprecating, and then they all shrink, and then we have 4 peanuts.
Yeah, there's a possibility. Oh, what just happened here? Sorry, hold on. So that's a possibility. So what direction do we go in?
Either we take all of them and we make a scene of multiple people speaking different things into the mirror, or we just choose one.
Okay, so once again, I'm just gonna copy this one then, and we're gonna go in this direction. What do you think?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, this is actually a good. Hold on a second. I got an idea. Let's actually open up the chat and let's ask this question. Actually, right. Let's go to the live stream. And let's go in here. Let's actually drop this in the chat if anyone is actually watching here. And let's ask this question based on what we have here. Right? Let's see. Which option should we go in? Damn it. It's not long enough for the text. But either which way. Let's see. Depending on whether or not someone responds, it doesn't matter. We're gonna keep innovating and keep going from there. Okay, we're by ourselves again. All right. So let's see here.
That's fine for now.
Fine for now. All Let's keep going.
I think ultimately the direction of creating comics is going to be very powerful, especially for the younger generation, to convey a message.
Yeah. Let's see. Hey, we went really far today. We went really, really far for the time
Thank
that
you
we have.
for everything that you have been setting up.
Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome. How many questions do we have here?
That's what I've been wondering.
Oh, we have 6.
That's the last one.
Sorry. Hold on a second. I think we have... Okay.
8. Oh.
8 questions. Okay, we're almost there. What is the central conflict? Okay, so let's repaste this. Okay.
Oh, I can put this chair down.
Oh, and you can pick it up too.
Yeah. That's good.
Okay. So once again, you got to choose or think about the answer yourself.
The central conflict should represent the force preventing the character from living their purpose. Since your episode rule is, open quote, ignoring purpose shrinking, close quote, the conflict should be the internal force that makes them ignore their purpose. Here are strong options you can choose from. Option 1, fear, cleanest and universal. Recorded verbatim, the person is afraid of becoming who they truly are. Why it works, fear is the most common purpose blocker. Option 2, self-doubt, very aligned with your hook. Recorded verbatim, the person does not believe they are worthy of their true calling. This fits perfectly with the mirror moment. Option 3, social pressure. Recorded, the person believes they must become what others expect instead of who they truly are. This creates strong storytelling possibilities later. Option 4, comfort vs. safety. The person keeps choosing comfort instead of stepping into
They're
their
all
purpose.
good.
Option 5, my recommendation, best for episode 1. This one connects perfectly with your hook. The person's self-doubt causes them to reject their true calling. Why this works with everything you already locked. You now have a complete story engine. Lesson, open quote, your purpose appears when you stop shrinking your true self, close quote. Premise, open quote. Ignoring purpose causes shrinking, close quote. Conflict, open quote. Self-doubt makes the character reject their purpose, close quote. That creates natural story tension. What I recommend you record. Use this, recorded, verbatim, the person's self-doubt causes them to reject their true calling. Confirmed, ready.
Yeah, I think that's
the next
good.
question your system will likely ask is the most
That
important
reminds me to
storytelling
your
moment, the
iBoga
inciting
message
incident,
where it
the
was all
exact
about
moment the adventure
self-belief.
begins.
Yeah.
And the
Once you
opposite of
answer that,
self-belief is self-doubt.
the entire episode structure becomes almost automatic. The central
Okay. So this direction?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's put it in. I can also train I can also update the prompt so that it answers for us in Notion natively for the next time. But we'll get there. We're going to keep working through this over and over and over again. Okay. So let's do this again.
We're at the turning point.
The turning point realization is the moment the character understands the rule of the world and sees why they are shrinking. It should directly mirror your lesson. Open quote, your purpose appears when you stop shrinking your true self. Close quote. So the realization should be, shrinking is not random. It is caused by rejecting the true self. Here are strong options you can record. Option 1, cleanest, recorded verbatim. The person realizes they shrink every time they deny who they truly are. Option 2, very aligned with your theme. Recorded verbatim. The person realizes their shrinking is caused by rejecting their true purpose. Option 3, more emotional. The person realizes the only way to stop shrinking is to accept who they truly are. Option 4, very cinematic. The person realizes their true self is the only thing that can restore their full size. Option 5, my recommendation. This one ties perfectly to your lesson statement. Record verbatim, the person realizes they only stop shrinking when they embrace their true self. Why this works. Your episode now forms a perfect narrative loop.
Yeah.
Hook. Person shrinks after doubting themselves. Conflict. Self-doubt blocks their purpose. Realization. They only stop shrinking when they embrace their true self.
Right.
Lesson open quote. Your purpose appears when you stop shrinking your true self. Close quote. Everything aligns.
That's good.
Recommended answer to record. Recorded verbatim. The person realizes they only stop shrinking when they embrace their true self. Once this is confirmed, your system will likely ask for the
word
resolution,
that comes to me is
which is
to
the moment the character
remember
tests
who
the
you truly
realization
are.
and the shrinking stops.
Okay, hold on a second. What's the lesson? Is it this? Or what were you going to say?
The word that came to me was that a person stops shrinking.
Actually, hold on a second. I'm going to do dictate and you're going to speak.
The person stops shrinking when they remember who they truly are. That's what I would say. The other ones are fine too. The person stops shrinking when they remember who they truly are and they align to their highest self. That's what I would say.
Okay. Let's lock that one in. Let's see what we got here after a while. Okay, so the person stopped shrinking. Question 8. For shorts, do we want 7 different angles or a 3-topic cluster? What exactly do you mean? Can you give examples? Three-topic cluster. The more that we work the system, the better it's going to be.
Give me 2 minutes, yeah?
Yeah. No, I want you. I think we put in a lot of interesting work today.
This kind of work gets you hungry too.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is the entire episode right here, printed.
So you self-learned all of this. I keep asking that, but it's just, it amazes me.
Yeah. I think the best way is to always learn by doing.
But that's also how you know that it is your gift. Like, this is a gift of yours. It doesn't just come to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's connected to your purpose.
Right.
Oh, interesting. What do we have here?
These are the scripts. Okay, so we have here scene 1.
Okay, now I feel it's getting exciting for me.
There we go. Okay, so now what we're going to do here is we're going to... Now I got to think about the workflow here. So we have our template. This is again, we have to always refine the template until we get it exactly how we want to, but otherwise this is pretty much it. So let's do this right here. I'm going to send this to your phone. Let's get off here. Let's go into OBS. And remember, this is now where you have to really practice. We don't want to be being a mouth breather in the... You got to have it further away. Okay. Let's open up Notion. I'm going to message you episode 1. And this actually could work because if we have the episode list, hold on a second. Let me pull up Notion again. Let me think for a second here. If we have here episode 1, I have to do what exactly? I have to share this with you somehow. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Do you have the Notion app on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Are you logged in?
Says update required.
Okay, update it.
No, I'm not logged in. Continue with email.
Yeah, log in with your email. Allmann@gmail. I don't know which one you use. I don't know if you have or what.
Is there a specific account you want me to be logged in with?
I don't know. You started up a Notion a while ago. I don't know what you have. Hold on a second. Let me see here. Okay. I don't think you did. Okay, never mind.
There's only Gabriel inspires me.
Okay. Let me breathe for a second because I'm feeling a little bit irritated. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna make it easy because last time I remember this was very difficult and complicated to do for some reason.
The sharing.
Yeah, the sharing of the thing. So I'm gonna make it really, really simple on myself here. I'm gonna share with you the page itself. Oh man, that smells good, whatever it is you're making. Okay, I'm gonna send it to you on Signal. Okay, and now let's also get here the episode cover.
Should I open the link?
Yeah, you can open the link. Hey, you should have it open up in the URL, right?
I
Okay.
have it. I have it open up.
Okay, hold on a second.
Oh.
Okay, cool. Refresh the page.
Oh, that looks cool.
All right. Now we're gonna lock this in. This is literally just episode 1. This is the
Wow. I love that.
yeah.
Yeah, like visuals and pictures, they do so much to something.
Yep. Okay.
Wow.
So this is the episode idea here. This is the shrink.
I think it looks great.
I think we had a nerve here for Hemma. How you doing?
I think this is a milestone right here.
Yep. And thank God for the AI because we do this massively fast. Okay. So imagine this in real time. So this is now the workflow here we have to think about. So you have your phone. Everyone has a phone, right? So imagine if we have multiple guests here on the show and we've got a phone. What we need to ask ourselves here is, yep, that's what we need, right? I need to do the foot pedal thing. Okay. So if this is the A roll, this is the A roll, this is the base frame or the base footage, then we add the B roll over that. Okay?
What is A-roll and B-roll? Can you explain that very simple?
A roll is this. So there's the primary video and then there's the video that goes on top.
Okay.
So you see the lead guy, the images, the pretty images, the pretty videos, that's B-roll.
Yes.
His face is the A-roll.
Okay.
Okay? So right now your face is A-roll. Our faces are A-roll. Okay? Otherwise, Anything goes on top of it is B-roll.
Okay.
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 Now,
okay.
now we're going to actually put this into real practice here. So we have the ability to record. And what I'm going to do is we're going to record. Okay. So now let's imagine this in real time. All right. When we go to this page, if I were to give this link, if I'm sharing this link with someone like a Tony Robbins or whoever, I'm sharing this link with them. We're sharing this link all at the same time. So now we all have the same script on our phones. Okay.
Yes.
Now, their job is to read the script. Okay. So we got to use the phone to read the script. Okay. So how would we do this in real time? So let's scroll down to the table of contents. You see the yellow highlighted table of contents? You want to scroll down.
Hold on a second. I need to go to the table of contents. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, you need to scroll down to section D where it says generated output.
Yes.
Okay, and then you need to scroll down to where it says long form script
Yes.
and click on that.
Okay.
Okay, similar to how we do with the story time for Serra. Okay, similar to how we do. Do you see long form script? Hemma, look at you.
Got
full
it,
of
yeah.
future? Okay,
Yeah.
so read me the first your line, your first line,
We already go through it officially?
or just a run through, please.
Okay. Look at you, full of future.
Okay, great. So now we have about I think we have 9 scenes. Okay. Remember, this is just episode 1. No matter how bad it is, it doesn't matter. This is just episode 1, and we're going to figure it out from here. Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to start with getting the A roll. We're going to record it, and then we're going to try to upload it to somewhere else to get AI generated B roll and music applied. And then we now publish that to YouTube.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And we get feedback. All right. So
Interesting.
we're already right here. So we can do this right now and get it in one take.
Yes.
All right.
It's just the scene 1. Or
No,
all the scenes. Okay.
So from scene 1 until scene 9.
Okay.
So we're going to keep scrolling down. And I may give you like a thing where I put up the hand, like stop. Because then that'll let you know it's time to stop. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So when I put my thumb up, look for me and my thumb. Because we're not going to do this multiple times. I'm not going to edit anything. Okay. That's the whole purpose of investing into this equipment is to just do it one take. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hold on a second. You're going to start with scene 1. Okay. So we're at scene 1. Look at you. Full of future. All right.
One question. I'm not going to read scene 1
No.
cold open.
No.
Just where it says
your
Hemma.
line. Just your line.
Okay.
Just your lines. Where it says Hemma, read your lines. Okay.
Okay.
And take your time and really like put your heart and soul into the character.
Right.
All right. I'll tell you one.
Look at you, full of future.
It's right there. The version that finally goes for it.
Say it out loud.
I'm going to do it. Who am I kidding though?
Did you feel that?
Why is the sink so tall?
God, you're shrinking.
Restart iPhone. Okay, we got to do it all over again. I'm going to stop recording. I got to get a new phone. This is ridiculous. Okay, well, we're going to get there though. We're going to get there, though. I guarantee you.
Did you read through the entire script?
No. That's not my job. That's not what I do. I'm just giving you a look as to how it should go. All right. We're going to start over again. Ready?
Yes.
Scene 1. You're going to go from look at you, okay? When I give you the thumbs up, so get out all the coughs, get out all the... Get it all out.
Just take a deep breath.
All right, ready?
Mm-hmm.
In 5, 4, 3. Remember when I do the thumbs up and when I do the hand, we're done. Okay? Thumbs up, go, hand, stop.
Look at you, full of future.
It's right there. The version that finally goes for it.
Say it out loud.
I'm going to do it. Who am I kidding, though?
Did you just feel that?
Why is the sink so tall?
God, you're shrinking.
No, I'm not. I'm just reconsidering.
The mirror disagrees. When did it start?
Every time I almost do the thing.
The thing with your name on it?
Oh, God damn it! This gets me irritated. Sorry, we got to start this over again.
What happened?
It's the damn foot pedal. You would put out your foot, so I had it to the right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Sorry, it just really aggravates me trying to work. I have to work all of these things all at the same time.
Is it too much for you? Can I help you somehow?
Yeah,
with
you
doing
can,
something.
You can help me by keeping your feet by your chair.
I do. I have been having
Okay,
them.
but before you were kicking it out earlier, and I felt it, and it was conflicting with what I was trying to do with the foot pedal. All right, sorry. Again. In 5, 4, 3.
Look at you, full of future.
It's right there. The version that finally goes for it.
Say it out loud.
I'm going to do it. But who am I kidding, though?
Did you just feel that?
Why is the sink so tall?
Gosh, you're shrinking.
No, I'm not. I'm just reconsidering.
The mirror disagrees.
When did it start? Every time I almost do the thing.
The thing with your name on it.
The thing that makes me feel exposed.
And what do you do right before you shrink?
I make a deal. I say, later.
Later is a spell word.
It happened at work.
In front of people?
Yeah. I was about to raise my hand. I had the idea, and then...
And then what?
I thought they'll see I'm not enough.
And your body agreed, so you shrank.
I slid behind my laptop like it was a wall.
You were not hiding, you were practicing disappearance.
So I tried to be safer.
How?
I made myself smaller on purpose. I said less. I wanted no one to notice.
And did it work?
No, I shrank away.
Because you're treating your calling like a threat.
It feels like one.
That's not danger, it's expansion.
Fine. I Googled it.
Of course you did.
Why am I shrinking when I'm afraid, though?
Well, what did the internet say?
Drink water, touch grass, discover your purpose in 7 steps.
And did you follow the steps?
I watched 3 videos. I saved the PDF. I bought a notebook.
You collected answers so you wouldn't have to live one.
I shrank.
I shrank again.
So what's the worst it got?
I decided to power through.
Meaning you pretended.
I walked into a room and acted like I belonged.
While secretly rejecting yourself.
Exactly.
And the body keeps the score.
My shoes stayed the same size.
That's a problem.
I tripped. Everyone turned.
And?
I thought, they're right. I'm not that person.
And you shrank to match that thought. What did you remember?
I remembered being a kid.
What about it?
I didn't ask permission to be me.
Say the sentence.
My purpose appears when I stop shrinking my true self.
Not when you get braver.
Not when I get perfect.
When you stop rejecting the parts that's trying to be born.
I will know who I am.
Check the mirror.
I'm not smaller.
Because you stop negotiating with your calling and your greatness. What's the smallest true action you can take today?
The one I keep dodging?
Name it.
I'm going to ship the first draft.
Not the perfect draft.
But the first draft.
Press send.
Sent.
How tall are you now?
Tall enough. I wrote a note on the mirror, by the way.
What does it say?
Stop kidding.
That's not a motivational quote.
It's a spell breaker. Okay. The script sucks for me. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean,
That
we
is-
can expand on that.
That is not at all what I would have imagined for the script to be. However, that's the workflow idea. Okay?
That's why I asked you if you have read through the script.
That's the idea behind it.
I mean, it's good enough
For now.
for now. Yeah.
For now. Okay. Now the next thing is the shorts. So here's what I need you to do for me here. We're gonna record these shorts.
That was fun though.
Yeah, you had a good time?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Now, the idea here is we're going to record the shorts. Okay? So it's literally, we have shorts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. We're going to do all of them. We're going to record all of them, but we're going to stop at the end of each one. Okay. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do thumbs up. I'm going to do pause, whatever, because what's going to have to happen is we're going to have these shorts recorded in RAW. With the RAW A roll, we're going to split the scene. So it's going to split between you and me. As you can see here on the monitor, you cannot see it from the actual live stream because the vertical window is to the right and it's not connected the same way for a landscape. So bear with me. But basically the idea is we're going to have the script in our hand. Okay. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to record. I'm going to tell you thumbs up and whatever. And you're going to read the script. Okay. So short number 1. Hemma, read the script from what you see. Short number 1 from what?
You don't shrink from failure.
Yeah. Okay, good. There we go. So we're going to go from there. Okay. So we're going to record each short individually. I'm going to give you thumbs up. I'm going to give the pause. I'm going to give the thumbs up. Okay. All right. So the same thing how we do. And this is going to be the workflow. So we have to really refine this workflow over time.
You don't shrink from failure. You shrink from your own calling.
Because self-doubt turns into self-rejection.
And your body follows the story you tell about yourself.
If you keep saying, "Who am I kidding?" you'll live like you're kidding.
Stop shrinking your true self.
Okay. That was pretty bad for a short, but whatever. We're gonna keep refining this and keep going along. No problem. All right. Short number 2. Self-doubt, self-rejection. Okay. If you only shrink when you're about to do the thing, it's not stress. It's self-rejection.
Watch what you say right before you disappear.
Then delete the sentence. I don't know. I don't know. Our job right now is to not be perfect. Our job right now is just to ship. That's our job right now. Okay. We're going to do short number 3 in 5, 4.
Imagine your true future.
Who am I kidding?
That sentence is a shrinking spell.
Replace it with, I am becoming who I am. Short number 4 in 5, 4, 3, 2. Purpose isn't found. It appears.
When?
When you stop hiding from the part of you that's real.
Your calling is not a threat.
It's your size. The fuck? What? That's the dumbest. What?
I think we need to package our own wisdom in there.
I mean, it's pretty stupid, but whatever. Okay, this is actually a better scene to actually have here. No, that's not what we want. Okay, let's go back in here. Okay, short number 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Short number 5. Okay, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2.
What's one action that proves you believe your calling?
Ship the first draft, make the ask, raise your hand.
Purpose responds to movement.
Not to planning. This is corny. Jesus Christ. I would not watch that. Okay. Let's try this one with short number 6. Short number 6. And we are going to go in 5, 4, 3, 2. I stopped shrinking when I remembered who I truly was.
Not who you should be.
Who you already are underneath the fear.
Say it. Stand in it.
Okay, they're definitely so the reason why it's this shitty, no offense, it's because this is obviously the version 1 and the workflow needs to tighten up. We need to have some sort of a way of feeding downstream a long form into tailored shorts versus having the long form and the shorts produced at the same time. I think we need a specialist agent in between to take the long form and then disperse the shorts. So that may be something for next time. Either which way, let's wrap this one up. We're going to go on to short number 7 in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Write this on your mirror.
Stop kidding.
Every time you hear, "Who am I kidding?" you answer,
I know who I am. Okay.
wow, and it is 12:12 with 12% battery here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. So fortunately or unfortunately, that's going to be version 1 here. We are out of time for today. We're out of time to actually produce the thing. However, what we are going to do right now is we're going to watch the playback. So let's take off the headphones. Okay. We're going to mute the mic and we're going to screen share.
That's interesting. Look at you, full of future.
It's right there. The version that finally goes for it.
Say it out loud.
I'm going to do it. But who am I kidding though?
Did you just feel that?
Why is the sink so tall?
Gosh, you're shrinking.
No, I'm not. I'm just reconsidering.
The mirror disagrees.
When did it start? Every time I almost do the thing.
The thing with your name on it.
The thing that makes me feel exposed.
And what do you do right before you shrink?
I make a deal. I say, okay, that's version 1, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So unfortunately, we are out of time for sure. However, what we're going to do here is we are going to upload that file. Okay, so let's do that now. So the idea here is that once we do this, the upload should be the last part. That's the shipping part. This is the part where we ship, right? So every single session, we should be shipping something. And no matter how shitty it is or how good it is or how whatever it is, we're just going to put it out there. And that's the idea behind this. But where is the thing? Put the movies. Okay. Okay, that's not good. That's not what we wanted either. Okay. This is what we wanted here. Okay. So it's going to be this one. And we're going to call this episode The Shrink. Okay, so let's put this up on YouTube. Let's go to the YouTube channel here. Oops. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, we're going to do a thumbnail. YouTube thumbnail. right? And I can now generate it. Yeah. Okay. A YouTube thumbnail image of a person, of a young man turning into a peanut. The person should be centered and concerned. Right, like that facial expression. So let's see what we have here. And if this thing actually generates thumbnails, then this could be actually a possible tool for us to use for what's it called? This could be a possible tool for us to use. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. That looks like shit, but okay. Let's generate a YouTube thumbnail. Generate a YouTube thumbnail of a human turning into a peanut, comma, no text or captions on the thumbnail. Let's get a dark background and let's get the person with a shocked and scared look on their face. Let's see if we can get. What the fuck? Okay, this is terrible.
Can we just ask ChatGPT to generate an image?
I didn't do a ChatGPT sign up. Hold on a second. Oh, wait a second.
Can we just use the image that you generated?
What image?
From the shrink?
What image?
Where I started to cry?
Right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. Of course. Yep. We got to figure out the thumbnail situation next time, but yep, that's right. That's a good idea. Let's go into here. And let's upload. Let's go into here. This is the video.
Look.
Okay. And this is kind of the idea of how it should work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, never mind. Let's take Notion.
There it is.
There it is. Okay. Okay. And let's go back here. Okay. Okay, let's open this up. Generate a YouTube video description of today's episode. Okay, and I can also train the model too, as well, or train the AI to do a specific thing here. Okay, that's got to be decent enough. New playlist is going to be public. It's going to be English. And it's going to be the life purpose of ... all cartoon based episodes for the life purpose of are here. For right now. Done. I don't know.
Oh, it's 5 minutes. Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right. Good enough for now. Set that to go public. Okay, we can publish this now. And that's the video right there.
Can we watch it?
Yep, we can watch it right now. Public, publish. All right, so let's go here. All right, so now we're gonna stop, make sure that we screen share this with everybody.
Okay, so this is our real faces on the video.
Yeah, this is the raw
Okay.
version of this. Okay, so we're gonna watch this together now, and we're gonna put the mute on the mics.
Have that differently, correct?
Yeah, this is just the intro workflow. It's already 12.
Look at you, full of future.
It's right there. The version that finally goes for it.
Say it out loud.
I'm going to do it. But who am I kidding though?
Did you just feel that?
Why is the sink so tall?
Gosh, you're shrinking.
No, I'm not. I'm just reconsidering.
The mirror disagrees.
When did it start? Every time I almost do the thing.
The thing with your name on it.
The thing that makes me feel exposed.
And what do you do right before you shrink?
I make a deal. I say, later.
Later is a spell word.
It happened at work.
In front of people?
Yeah. I was about to raise my hand. I had the idea, and then
And then what?
I thought, they'll see I'm not enough.
And your body agreed, so you shrank.
I slid behind my laptop like it was a wall.
You were not hiding, you were practicing disappearance.
So I tried to be safer.
How?
I made myself smaller on purpose. I said less. I wanted no one to notice.
And did it work?
No, I shrank away.
Because you're treating your calling like a threat.
It feels like one.
That's not danger, it's expansion.
Fine. I Googled it.
Of course you did.
Why am I shrinking when I'm afraid, though?
Well, what did the internet say?
Drink water, touch grass, discover your purpose in 7 steps.
And did you follow the steps?
I watched 3 videos. I saved the PDF. I bought a notebook.
You collected answers so you wouldn't have to live one.
I shrank.
I shrank again.
So what's the worst it got?
I decided to power through.
Meaning you pretended.
I walked into a room and acted like I belonged.
While secretly rejecting yourself.
Exactly.
And the body keeps the score.
My shoes stayed the same size.
That's a problem.
I tripped. Everyone turned.
And?
I thought, they're right. I'm not that person.
And you shrank to match that thought. What did you remember?
I remembered being a kid.
What about it?
I didn't ask permission to be me.
Say the sentence.
My purpose appears when I stop shrinking my true self.
Not when you get braver.
Not when I get perfect.
When you stop rejecting the parts that's trying to be born.
I will know who I am.
Check the mirror.
I'm not smaller.
Because you stopped negotiating with your calling and your greatness. What's the smallest true action you can take today?
The one I keep dodging?
Name it.
I'm going to ship the first draft.
Not the perfect draft.
But the first draft.
Press send.
Sent.
How tall are you now?
Tall enough. I wrote a note on the mirror, by the way.
What does it say?
Stop kidding.
That's not a motivational quote.
It's a spell breaker.
Isn't it crazy how we taught rocks to do math?
Okay. So that was pretty horrible. but and here's the important thing about that is that's the version 1 of the workflow.
Yeah.
So taking aside from the script was horrible, but the good thing about it is that now we see in real time how it would work.
Mm-hmm.
So now the next piece of that, which we're going to get into next time, is how do we actually implement the AI layers into it? Because obviously, like you could, like that was a terrible ass script, right? But we can train the AI to reference different scripts so that it sounds more like authentic and like real, you know? And this is only going to improve with time. Like think about this. Like if this was version 1, this is only going to improve with time. We're only going to get better at this. So that's, you know, kind of the positive thing about this.
I think there are a lot of positive things about what happened today.
Yeah. Even though, you know, for like, you know, time before that, we weren't doing this. Now we're doing it. And now we have the workflow. We have a working procedure. We have this working procedure printed. So we got a couple of things done today, which was good. I think, you know, if we look at how this would actually work, and if we replay this live stream over again and we see how this actually worked, this is not so bad. The script obviously is going to have to improve, but otherwise the mechanics of it, it's going to get better over time. It's only going to get better. Like think about it like this. The version 1 is the worst version it's ever going to be. So that's great because it's only going to get better from there. And like us reading from the phones, genius. Because eventually what's going to happen is we're going to be able to do this for another 2 guests. They have their phones and we just read the script from the phone and it's good to go. So that's nice. The other thing is uploading. It was very, very quick to upload. We have what is it? We've got the, what would you call this? What is this called, Hemma Bear? The thumbnail. We've got the thumbnail. So that's not bad. And after that, I think it's just a matter of, you know, incorporating the updates that we need to make, like having an actual like brand identity for the thumbnail, a brand identity for the voice, a brand, you know, the descriptions. And as you saw, we were able to generate that template. We can actually cut it down even more and maybe even have more free flowing of what we want to do, and then have the AI structure it itself. So let's say how we had it. I created the chat gate for Notion. I created the chat gate so that the AI would ask us questions. However, what we can do is we can minimize the chat gate questions to maybe like 2 or 3, like what's your story about or whatever, and then have an approval gate where it's going to spit out an actual script for us that actually makes some fucking sense. And then we approve it or not, right? And then we can add in our own tweaks or whatever. So there has to probably be a little bit of time for review, because the script, obviously we can generate a script in seconds. That's easy. But if it makes sense or not, that's going to be the hard part. And I don't know anything about stories. So here is your homework. This is your homework, okay? And let's go here into our system because that's what we created this for. Okay, so we can hold ourselves accountable and stay on top of everything. We're going to go into our meeting notes. And for today, your work is going to be study and review everything you can about telling great stories and really start getting into the habit of mastering how to tell really great stories. And if there's a book about, you know, reading third person stories or telling third person stories or whatever, and what are the elements of creating great stories, and come back with your understanding of that, because I cannot just do this on my own. And you have to do that, Hemma. This is your job. If you want this to really succeed, you're going to have to figure that out, period.
Hemma.
All right? And so now here we're going to...
He called me a Hemma.
Oh, what?
He called me a Hemma.
A what?
You have to do that, Hemma.
Oh, a Hummer. Okay. So you got that, right? So that's going to be your work. That's going to be what you have to do. And you're going to need to make sure that you come prepared next time. That's going to be your homework. Come prepared next time to be able to produce a come next time prepared to produce what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? To help produce the episodes, because I don't know what direction you want to go in. And you want, if you want to do the peanut gallery thing, we can do that. We can do all the stories. But the next thing for me is to work on the workflow so that way we have the AI overlay now, and then the music, so that it sounds like an actual thing, right? And to make it actually logical and make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Like this was pretty obvious that it sounded like AI. It sounded like, anyone could have done this, and that's, again, not the secret sauce. The secret sauce is in the systems thinking and how to execute the systems thinking so that it actually works.
So when you say that every Sunday you want to have something shipped, how would that look like for what we just created?
Right. So something shipped means a long form, shorts, and an income artifact. Okay. And it's all written here. So I would suggest you go and you take this with you and you read it and you kind of get an understanding of what we did today. So watch today's live stream, get an understanding of what we did today and this, and then think to yourself, okay, well, if we're actually doing this like a factory thing, right? And we're producing every single week, it has to be that we finish everything within a 4-hour time frame. The only reason why it took so long is because we had to work a template. Once the template gets now revised, version 1, version 2, version 3, whatever, it's going to become significantly faster, significantly easier. And we're only going to be able to improve on it, So that's, And what we need to do is we need to also incorporate the whole South Park element of producing episodes at rapid speed. And the other thing too that we can do is we can even just use current events. Like I can also create an agent that basically gathers current events for the week, and then we create an episode based on the current events. So it stays relevant. And South Park did exactly that. There was a time where South Park was creating episodes and they had to think about it, and it was a long production process. But then they somehow got really fast about it, and they were able to create current events episodes. So whatever was happening in the media, in the real world, South Park was actually able to create that in the cartoon. And I think that would be a cool direction to go into as well, where we can talk about current events in such a comedic way, where it's like incorporating the purpose thing. Oh, this person is angry because they didn't figure out their purpose or whatever. I don't know. But we can talk about media stuff that's trending in the past week, distill that, capture that, make a script, and then ship the script with what's going on in the current events and have that be relevant. And we just add the B-roll, the music, and then we're good to go. The main thing is the script and how we train the agent, okay? Because the agent is going to have to now do research. So we're going to need a research agent to research what's going on in current events. And then we're going to need another agent, another specialist agent, to convert all the current event stuff into an actual script.
What also comes to me is if we get inspired to record messages like I have been for the last months, we can then feed that to ChatGPT to create a script based on that message.
For sure. And what you can do, and this is just an idea here, is we can have the long form be like the podcast interview, a 10 to 15 minute podcast interview with Tony Robbins, whatever. Or we can have it be, we have the guest here and then we have current events. Or if there's no guest, we just have current events. If there's a guest, we have the guest and the guest story, right? So there's 2 different lanes we can go down for creating an episode. And either which way, it's endless. It's going to be endless content. The shorts, you can take your ideas, whatever you've been saving onto the phone, and we can create micro stories. So micro stories are like shorts under a minute, and you're basically just everything that you would do in a long form, you're just compressing it into a 1-minute story.
Yes.
But either which way, it doesn't matter. Either which way, what has to change right now is the agent or the AI needs to get smarter about what kind of scripting or what kind of output it generates. Because right now the output that it's generating is terrible. This is so obvious. It's like robot, you know? And even still, it doesn't even matter that it's robot. Like, I don't care that people know that the script is generated from AI. That's not the point, because everyone's doing that. And it's going to even just explode from here. That's not the secret sauce. The secret sauce is always going to be, how are we going to take an episode, like how we're going to do all these things and do this with such a rapid rate. And think about this for a second. Back in the 1990s, again, like to create a Dragon Ball Z series, that probably took like years. We can do that in like weeks, probably even faster. All we need to do is know what our brand materials are, what our voice is, the identity, everything, piece it all together, and now we have all the components, right? So we're taking this recipe, we're putting it all together, and then eventually we have that output. The output is supposed to be the long form. The output is supposed to be the shorts. The output is supposed to be the mintable NFT, right? The income artifact, right? Because if we're realistically going to do this for the long term, we need to make an income to be able to sustain being able to do this. You understand? So it takes work, it takes time, it takes energy to do this. However, for today, I think that was a fairly good start. What would you say should be improved?
Well done for today, first of all. Nothing I can say right now about what needs to be improved.
All right. Well, your homework, definitely rewatch the live stream. Okay. Rewatch these elements. I'm going to send you the meeting notes. You're going to look at your homework. Again, for me, like, I'm working on this throughout the week. Okay. So I already have my stuff that I do for the deep work stuff. And I already have the brand operating system. So we're already piecing everything together bit by bit.
Just one question about creating shorts in Opus. We're not doing this right now anymore.
I told you, you're gonna finish. We're gonna get 30 euros to only produce 2 shorts. It's not gonna cut it. You gotta use what we have here.
Okay.
Now remember, it's got to be on brand with what you want, right? So I remove my accounts for you. Make the most out of it, right? So figure out what is on there that can be used for life purpose. And if not, then not. But that's, again, why I need you to participate. I need your voice. This is not me. This is for you. I'm doing this for you. Okay? Because I'm going to step away at some point. This is undeniable. This is not what I do. But I'm here to assist you and support you with this. Okay? For now.
So what are you saying about Opus now?
I already told you. Find clips that you want to use and post that to the social channels for life purpose.
Okay. So no longer the live streams that we have used.
Whatever is on that video clip for Opus.
Yes.
Okay. Whatever is there that the AI already generated.
Okay.
Those are the clips that you're going to use. We're not going to get any more live stream stuff.
Okay.
Because it's already very obvious that basically what we can do is we can just record from here natively through OBS, and then we can just upload the raw takes of it.
So you're saying just use up the remaining credits on Opus and let it be?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
Basically, that's the idea.
Okay.
But either which way, that's still not the homework. The homework is to do the homework of studying the storytelling.
Yes.
Right? That's the homework. That's the idea. You got to rewatch the live stream, do the homework, figure out, look at the script, look at the outline, the working procedure, figure out if something needs to get changed with the workflow. But we're going to keep working this over and over and over and over and over, and we're only going to improve upon it. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so watch the live stream if you have to. Watch the last couple of minutes, the last 30 minutes. Pay attention to what we said about the homework. And for the homework, we have to make sure that we've got the anatomy of a story well documented.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have to really understand that, because I don't know anything about hooks. I don't know anything about this. I don't know, What I do know is how to put it all together into a system and actually produce the output.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for today.
All right. All right.
Well done.
Well done. That's it.